Hello everybody, my name is Dimitris and you're watching Altars of Metal. Tonight we have the frontman of the band Atheist, Mr. Kelly Shaefer.
Hello everybody, my name is Dimitris and you're
again,
watching
I have
Altars
a
of
problem
Metal.
with the
Tonight
sound.
we have the frontman
Bear
of
with
the
me
band
to mute.
Atheist, Mr. Kelly
Hello
Shaefer.
everybody, my name is Dimitris and you're
again,
watching
I have a
Altars of
problem
Metal.
with the
Tonight
sound.
we have... Okay, here we are. So I gotta repeat that intro. Sorry about that. So hello everybody, my name is Dimitris and you are watching Altars of Metal. Tonight we have the frontman of the band Atheist, Mr. Kelly Shaefer, who is also known for his participation in Neurotica, Ravage, Stones of Madness, Until the Dirt. Mr. Kelly Shaefer, ladies and gentlemen. Hello, Kelly. How are you?
I'm fantastic. How are you?
I'm doing great. Thank you. Thank you very much for coming over to my show. It's really a great honor and great pleasure to have you with us.
It's a pleasure to be here. How's life in Greece these days?
Yeah, not bad. Not bad.
Yeah.
Well, same old, same old. You've been here before.
Is it warm? Is it warm there
Yeah,
right
well,
now?
I think
this time of year?
if an American is asking me, I think if we compare the temperatures, you guys would laugh when we say that it's quite cold, but that's what we're used to.
Well, Florida right now is actually having a record-breaking cold. In the next 2 days, we're going to have snow in Florida, which is
man.
pretty, which is kind of par for the course for what's going on in the United States right now. It's a crazy place to be right now, as of yesterday. Yeah, a little bit of a lot of change, and a lot of things happening. And so it seems perfect that it would get frigid cold in Florida, which I haven't heard of, but that's where we are. It's about in the 40s. It's very cold. So
Yeah. Well, I think I've seen snow over here where I live about 3 times in my life or something like that.
oh yeah,
All
three
right,
more
so-
times than I've seen it down here.
So I really appreciated that you offer us a piece of your time. Your presence will be unquestionably an honor for us and a great opportunity to ask you about the elements that comprise your artistic endeavors in music. And I'm sorry,
Well
but
done.
I couldn't find any pun with the word Jupiter, so there you go. All right.
That's fantastic.
So when you guys let me start with the first thoughts. When you guys started, you were like outcasts over there in Tampa, Florida. You did play death metal, but it was just a teeny tiny bit more technical than what everybody was used to. So at some point you found some friends who could understand you, as I read in other interviews as well. And that was Cynic, Ripping Corpse from Jersey, Oblivion from Canada, as I've read, right?
Yeah, those guys were, when we first started, I mean, there really wasn't this essence of, oh, we want to be different, so we're gonna play. We kind of were, our influences were so varied that we ended up just inadvertently mixing Rush with Slayer and mixing Yes with Merciful Fate and it's just the ideal ideology of musicianship. And obviously Iron Maiden has been a huge important part of everybody's sort of metal diet growing up, and I think that they taught us so much. I mean, I learned more from Iron Maiden lyrically than I ever did at school. I was Neil Peart with Rush and lyrics were a huge influence on me. I've always loved people that say things, because you could say things in a number of different ways, but I love wordsmiths, and I always felt like those guys really played a huge role in my early upbringing of, so it was, it was something that was like super important to me, and, the influences.
When did you actually start your journey with music?
Let's see. Well, I was 14 when I started playing guitar, so it would have been 68. 1980, I started playing guitar, and then by, 1982. 1982, I started playing guitar, and then by 1984, we were starting Ravage. Myself and Steve Flynn went to the same school together, and junior high school, and we weren't friends. Ironically, we started off as kind of enemies because I was a big Beatles fan, ironically, and I at the time, Steve Flynn was like, he used to show up to school with like an AC/DC shirt on or something like this. Was long before Metallica sort of made their debut, and so we knew each other, but we definitely had different musical tastes. I don't know, I went through this serious Beatles phase just because I always felt like they were just tremendous songwriters, and I love old Deep Purple and stuff like that. So I started off really classic. My mom and her friends when I was younger were very influential on my early musical tastes. Just because and then my dad as well. My dad was really into like Hendrix and Janis Joplin, and then my mom's friends were into like Alice Cooper, and so I got a healthy dose of proper music sort of education beyond. But I never imagined that I was going to play guitar, and then I literally for 2 years just smoked a lot of pot and tripped on acid and sat in my room for hours and hours learning to play. And I remember my mom was just blown away because I really excelled like very, very quickly. And so this is before I even got in a band. And then once the early days of thrash metal and everything were so exciting, and so it was like going on a musical Easter egg hunt, where you're looking for new bands and discovering all this speed that wasn't a part of like Iron Maiden and Black Sabbath, and man, it was exciting. I remember hearing the demo for Metallica and their Life to Leather, and just the rawness of it just really upped the game a lot, and so that was inspirational for us. And then so once I decided to put a band together, I got together with some old friends, a drummer and a bass player who were still kind of in that early stage of learning, and I needed something more. And we were at this rehearsal place, and Steve Flynn just showed up. I was like, "Hey, I remember you." And he was like, "Yeah." And so we started talking about Metallica, and so he sat down and we played Fight Fire with Fire. It was the very first thing we played together. And at that time, you have to understand that there were no drummers around to play like that.
Oh yeah.
And so I was just like, let's start a band, And so we started off for a long time without a bass player because clearly there weren't a lot of bass players. We come from a beach town. Sarasota, Florida is very much a a tourist sort of beachy town. So and it's about 50 miles south of Tampa. So we weren't necessarily ingrained into the scene of Tampa. Yeah, there were a lot of bands, Nasty Savage being the most important band, I think, that really kind of set the fire for the Tampa metal scene in the early days. And so yeah, we got together and we just one by each song that we wrote, we just tried to outdo ourselves. And and then we just got to the point where it ended up being this. Now, once we were in that world where we were trying to create technicality and complexity in music, that's when we discovered, some other people like Watchtower. Watchtower was we really just thought that was amazing. And so, it's just, it's exciting, and I think that it's such a different era than how music is presented now that it'll never be able to be sort of recreated. So it's kind of hard to explain to people under 30 like how fucking cool it was and how different and explorative it was. And so and then it took a few years, and we met up with the guys at Cynic. We'd already made Piece of Time, and we had started writing Unquestionable Presence when we met Cynic. And it was nice because I think, as a matter of fact, let's see, 90, yeah, we already had Unquestionable. We started writing Unquestionable Presence literally 2 days after we got out of the studio from Piece of Time, because that was our hangout. We had a warehouse, like a garage, and we spent 6 days a week there, and it was like a club for young people. So we would write songs in front of lots of people, and it just felt normal, and we would argue and fight and do all these things while there were 40 people sitting around on the floor of our garage watching us, and never really thought too much about it. Now, now when I look back on it, I realize that that's a pretty unorthodox way of writing songs. It's kind of cool though, especially if they're, if you put yourself on the spot sometimes, and with anything, be it music or acting or anything, you're on the spot and people are watching, you tend to excel more, you know what I mean? And I think that that's kind of what we did, and we just had so much fun together, and we hated the one night a week off that we didn't get to practice, but we would go there like 6:30 and not in the morning, and just literally just bash it out. And that's what it took, to kind of get those early arrangements together and kind of all see eye to eye on music. So later on in the years following, it was nice to see other people sort of appreciating it, because they were also in the same boat we were, just trying to explain complexity in metal. I mean, it was very knuckle dragging in the early days of metal. It was very basic and but heavy, but not a lot of emphasis on musicianship. So that's, I think, where we sort of branched off. Like, we love the heavy type. It's got to be complex, and interesting. And we always just wanted to create music that every time somebody heard it, they hear something different. And that, ended up being, really kind of the essence of Atheist, so I'm glad that we did that.
I like the fact that you took a trip down on memory lane, which is something I like always to do in our shows, just to remember the good old days. And, what do you think, if you compare the scene, today with back then, what would the first thoughts that come up to your mind be?
Oh my God. It's
the
just
whole package,
really-
even emotionally, even, practically, from every point of view.
just so many, I mean, just it couldn't be more different
Yeah.
than it is now. I mean, people now sit in front of a computer and make music. I mean, for us to make a demo back in the day, we had to go into the studio at about $80 to $100 an hour. So you had to really go in there and have your shit together if you wanted to make something decent. And these days you can make super high quality recordings sitting at home quietly with headphones, and that alone is just a huge difference. But the scene itself, discovering music, has become, I just feel like, I wish that we could go back and have a little bit of the way it used to be, where there was tape trading. And I mean, we used to like send cassette tapes to Europe and hope that they got there, hope that they didn't get X-rayed or crushed, or, and it was so hard to get, music out to people. And also, the people that were covering the music at the time were creating sort of photocopied magazines. So they would do reviews where they were just literally photocopied and stapled together, and then they would send those out as magazines. And because obviously rock magazines and stuff like that weren't going to cover this kind of music, because there was a lot of misunderstanding back then about the lyrical subjects and the imagery and all that. That was a lot for people to handle. But you have to remember that it's the 80s. And the 80s was all about colorful new wave and all this poppy shit, and so we couldn't have been more different amongst our musical peers in our hometown and globally. So but it was exciting, though. It was like this best kept secret, and that's the part that's missing about today. Is there's no, oh, I got, I have this band and I'm going to turn you on to this band. Like, people now just, you can read something in an article and Google it, and bam, you're listening to it within 30 seconds. Back then you had to like find it, order it, hopefully it made it, and then you get the cassette and listen to it and feel like you discovered something that nobody else knows. And, I miss that era. But I think today is just very instant. Everything is so readily available that I don't think people appreciate it quite as much. And, I have to take into consideration that, being an older guy, I don't want to sound like that, because I keep my ear to the street and try to keep myself in, modern perspective. But it really was different. I mean, it was just an exciting time. I remember hearing Slayer for the first time after hearing Metallica, and then hearing Slayer, and thought, oh, fuck, it gets heavier, and then, just the Merciful Fate too. It was all about shock too. Cause again, you have hair metal, hair, I don't even want to call it metal, hair rock, whatever the fuck that was, Poison and shit like that, like, this was the anti that. And so we took a lot of pride in that, you guys are all following this path, and we're on this lonely little street over here, but we're happy on this lonely little street. And then eventually that street got, sort of busier, and that's when it really started becoming a lot of fun. But I don't think that'll ever be, I don't think it's possible for it to be recreated. And it, it's much the same way for music from the late 60s and 70s. Probably they looked at the 80s and 90s as a very modern way of ingesting music. So I guess it's just, that's just the way it is in the history of music, how people discover music, how much exposure that music has. People always have that feeling like it kind of sucks when your favorite band becomes super popular. You know, everybody goes through that, you know, in the early days of Metallica. I see people that are, you know, sort of 35 and under that are into Metallica now, and I think that's not the Metallica that I know.
Yeah.
You know, that is just, you know, that's an entirely different band, you know, and in the way they approach things, and but the old days and the early, you know, God, you know, the Seek and Destroy, No Remorse, By Fire with Fire, Into Ride the Lightning. God, man, I just love that stuff. We fly around the and listen to it, and that's kind of one of my favorite things now is when we go to Europe. I love talking to people about how they discovered Atheist, and I love the stories of, yeah, me and my friends were riding around in the snow, and you know, and we were listening to Unquestionable Presence, and it, you know, we all bonded on this album. And so I always dreamed of that when I was a kid, you know, that I hope that I could make some music that one person cared about, you know. Just that was the thing, like somebody that I don't know listen to my music, you know. That was the exciting thing back then. So I kind of miss that innocence, you know.
Yeah, I you know, talking about the tape trading and everything, you know, through the post, sending your tape or sending some money, sometimes in an envelope, in order to exchange that. I you know, I'm younger. I'm 43, but I used to do that as well. And I remember one story. I was like 13 or 14, and I was a diehard fan of these guys over here, Obituary. And I remember having found somehow through the internet one of their lightmen. I don't know if you ever knew him, Nick Chevalier from Naphobia. He was from Orlando. Anyways, and so I asked him, hey, can I send you all my posters, all my covers and everything in order to get a few autographs? And he says, yeah, sure. So I did that, and I sent it, and I was like, I hope it gets there. And I hope I get it back.
Exactly.
And it did. And it did. And the guys, they all signed everything, you know, and they sent back he says they also included a small present for you in the package. And I was like, you know, wow, man, you know, they sent me something. So they put the Don't Care single, and it was all signed. And I was like, man, you know, that was one of the most beautiful experiences, you know, as a kid, you know, to have your heroes signing something and getting in contact. But yeah, it's different times, as you said, and you also said that we get bombarded with a lot of information today, so it's difficult, you know, to dwell into it, to grasp it, and to concentrate. And yeah, times have changed. I mean, technology has helped us so much, but at the same time, you know, it's also so frustrating, isn't it?
It is. You know, I think one of the things that about technology and the how easy it is to create music now, and how many sort of it's so I don't know. You know, and I don't want to dwell on the fact, because I know that everything has to change. The ball must roll, but I think that there's just, you know, that underground vibe that was the case back then was just such a fight club, for lack of a better example. You know, it was like, you know, it was just this little secret coven of people that you know, that kind of knew, you know, and understood why, you know, we like this. Because I mean, you know, Merciful Fate, for instance, was one of my favorite things to do in school. I had a big tape player, like, you know, they call them ghetto blasters in America, and you know, and I would just love to terrify people playing Don't Break the Oath and Melissa, you know, and just the sound of Merciful Fate used to scare the shit out of people, and I love that. And so that also played a role in how we wrote music. Like, well, you know, let's write music that freaks people out. You know, I mean, you're not supposed to play like this, but that's why we want to play like this. And so those kinds of things, you know, are hard to recreate or hard to mirror. And I just think, you know, a lot of people making music today, it's very easy to sound good these days. So a lot of, like, you listen to the early Obituary demos when they were Executioner, and, you know, that was the first time that we heard high quality production, you know, because in the beginning, people didn't know how to they didn't know how to capture double bass drumming, and it ended up sounding messy. And so the very early days of metal, like especially German metal, Sodom, and I think Bathory is German as well, but you know, that kind of stuff was really kind of messy, and it was great, but it was you know, messy production wise. And I remember hearing the first demo out of Moore Sound, and we were like, wow, you you can hear all the bass drums and the articulation, which made it for us more exciting to create these weird patterns with the bass drums, and that now that it can be heard, this will be great. You know, we can get in that studio, and that's why we wanted to get into more sound. And so that was kind of the first time that we heard production that we felt like could capture all of our little tiny things, because there's a lot of tiny things in atheist music that kind of most people don't even know. Even, you know, the guys in the band now, you know, are all late 20s, early 30s. And they, as we went to learn this catalog and learn all these songs, they approach things differently. Like, we never read music or had tablature or any of those things back then. So it's interesting to watch young people sort of hear it and then notate it and then try to play it. And one of the coolest things that I've discovered about playing with younger people is that, you know, they just come from a different discipline. You know, we used to have to just sit and show each other things on guitar, like over and over and over and over again. Now, you know, it's almost like a language that they speak. And so if somebody can properly notate an atheist song and show it to somebody that can read tablature or read music, they immediately play it. Like, they can speak it immediately. And that blows me away, because we spent hours and hours. I mean, just learning Roger Patterson's riffs, you know, and rest in peace, Roger. He was such a tremendous bass player in a time that, you know, there wasn't a whole lot of focus on bass players. But for us, there was, because Steve Harris was, you know, very important to us, and also a great lyricist. But we wanted to be able to hear those things, and we felt like, you know, in the beginning, I mean, if you listen to early Ravage, it's messy, it's shitty. I mean, we were really trying to learn. We were learning to play our instruments in front of people. And then, you know, we made a demo, you know, that ended up on the Raging Death compilation. And those early demos are very raw and, you know, very different than where we ended up and landed. So it's fun for me to go back and listen to that. It's a little embarrassing. It's like kind of seeing your second grade picture in school where you're like, oh, fuck.
I don't think it's embarrassing, man. It's history, and that's exactly what can make you proud. You know, the steps that you did and you reached today. So it's history. It's there, and that's, you can say, look where I started from. You know, so
yeah,
it's nice.
It's yeah, it is, and it's, you know, it took so fucking long for people to finally go, atheist. I get it. You know, so that was a very frustrating part in the early days, watching other people have more success. You know, watching people have opportunities that weren't available to us because of our weirdness. So the one thing I love about today's music is that now there is a plethora of complicated music. Now it's gone way beyond, like, even, you know, where we are. I mean, you know, just analog leaders, Between the Buried and Me, all these guys, I tip my hat to them, because it's kind of what I dreamed of as a songwriter. I was like, God, people just appreciate musicianship, you know, how important it is to tune your guitar, how important it is to, you know, to use harmonies and be different, not just have the same drum beats, you know, all the time. And now it's just everywhere. So I think that anybody in the last 10 years that's gotten into technical music might be a little spoiled, you know what I mean? Because they have so much available to them. But if you can possibly take your mind and go back to what it was like when we were on an island where nobody was there, you know, on that island, and then one day Cynic showed up and we were like, hey, let's be friends, you know, and then Oblivion, you know, oh, hey, we'll be friends too. And it was this small little island of guys that we all kind of really wrote each other and kept in touch, and we were fighting this fight that was really, really hard. I mean, guys like Monty Connor, who was a, you know, influential guy at a label who really, you know, signed Sepultura and Obituary, Deicide, and, you know, he was very responsible for the signing of those early bands, you know, the early days of those recordings. And he even, you know, I told the story many times, but I when I saw Cynic, I was like, yes, they're kindred spirits. And I asked them, I was like, you guys, do you have any money? He would go in the studio with Scott Burns, and they were like, yeah. So we ended up doing that Cruel Gentility demo together, and I did a little guest spot on it, but I was just so excited for that, and I couldn't wait for Monty Connor to hear it. And I'll never forget the phone call. He still can't remember it, and I remember it like it was yesterday. But I bust his balls about it all the time, because he was like, I don't know what I just listened to. He's like, I can't remember anything I just heard. And I was like, listen to it again. Like, you know, why do you need to get the whole thing the first time you hear it? did you listen to Rhyme of the Ancient Mariner and fucking get it the first time you listened to it? No, all great movies are the same way. You know what I mean? You don't watch a movie and fully understand all the dialogue the first time you watch it. That's what makes a movie great. The fact that you can watch it 10 or 20 times and find something new in it every time.
Like the
That was
Matrix.
always, yeah, it's always very important. And so these days though, man, it's the one thing that bothers me about today a little bit is just that you don't really know how good a band is until you go see them live.
Yeah.
And then even live, if you stand behind a drummer, like, the introduction of triggers and drums, really changed a lot of things, so the average person will listen to drums on an album and the kick drums are so perfect that it's kind of, I don't know, it's kind of disheartening. But as an older band, we were finding that, well, if we don't use triggers, then we're going to sound like shit compared to other bands live, because it's just night and day, the sound, the difference between, the level of power in each foot on a drummer's, when he's playing double bass, is different. You listen to Maiden Blood, Dave Lombardo, that classic double bass break in the middle of Angel of Death. Those two bass drums sound different. You know what I mean? And Fight Fire with Fire is another one where, early double bass stuff, nobody humanly can hit the bass drum exactly the same every time. So when triggers were introduced, it kind of made everybody perfect. All of a sudden, it's like, whoa, shit, that's perfect. Now, 2 years, that sounds good, and it took me a couple of years to kind of buy into it, and then use that preciseness to our advantage, on albums like Jupiter and stuff like that. It was the first record that we made where that was possible. But when you go see a band live, I always want to stand behind the drummer. I always want to. I mean, obviously in most shows you're not allowed to do that, but as a musician, I always think, well, I'm going to go behind the drums, because that's where you can hear what's really happening.
Yeah.
And so a lot of times I use the term sneakers in a dryer, because if you throw a pair of sneakers in a dryer, that's kind of what a lot of like, it sounds terrible. And you go to the front and you can hear these perfect double bass. And but I can't say enough about the talent and the level that so many young musicians have taken, all the early, the influence of Cynic and Atheist and Watchtower, and now I've taken it to just a whole new level. So I have mixed feelings about it all, but I think that's just the way, I think it's that way with all technology. I remember having to get up off the couch and go and turn the channel on the TV, I'm that old, where there was no remote control, people that were born with remote control have no fucking idea how terrible it was to have to get up off the couch and go and turn the channel until you find something you like, and then go sit down and you realize you don't like that show and you got to get up again and go turn it. So the conveniences of technology are great. It's just sometimes difficult to see what's real and what's not, So I always love to go see a band live, and hopefully they're not playing with a bunch of backing tracks. But again, that's a new thing. Backing tracks is like something I'm having a problem with, that probably 5 years from now I'll look back and say, at the end of the day, if the show is great, the music is being presented in the way, I'll go with it. But I do appreciate just the raw, I use Iron Maiden as an example all the time, because God, I mean, I don't know about you, but I don't know many late 60s, early 70s people that, that play like that run from one end of the stage to the other. And Bruce Dickinson is a force of nature. I mean, he is the level that he sings at this age is fucking amazing. And and they've always really, they never tuned down, and they've never done anything to change how they perform that music. And so I look up to them so much, in terms of their integrity. Really cool.
All right. At this point, Kelly, I'm gonna at some points I will also be reading some of the comments from the people that are actually watching us. Is that fine?
Oh, of course.
Yeah. Okay.
Hello, everybody.
Hello. So we've got my friend Vitamin Death, and he wrote the first comment today. Yeah, Vitamin Death. Yeah. So he says he actually wrote that before we even started the show in the comments, and he says, put one part craftsmanship, one part technical proficiency, one part vision and passion, and you get one of the most innovative and unique sounding bands. And that name is Atheist.
Oh, cheers. Love that. It is a grab bag of things, and it's nice to, to hear things like that when people do appreciate, what goes into it.
You've got a lot of people appreciating you guys over there, out there. So yeah,
it's nice. It's nice.
Tracy Prince wrote a heart. Okay, hi Tracy. And Ali.
Hi Tracy.
And Ali says, Alders of Metal, thank you for doing this interview. I've been looking forward to it and discovered your channel this way. Well, Kelly, I met you in 2023 at Seattle, and I'm excited for any atheist to come.
Yeah. Thank you.
And,
I love Seattle.
And Vitamin Death, before when we were talking, wrote another comment. He says, atheists' roots are equally in extreme metal and prog rock from the 70s. Explorative, that's a key word, he said.
Yeah, absolutely. And isn't that what it's all about? I mean, imagine if you landed on Earth and you only stayed in one city, and you thought that that's what that's what all of Earth was like. So musically, that's people should do that. Just explore different kinds of music. People could never understand when in the early days when we would say that we love jazz and sort of I think people sometimes think of jazz as like yacht jazz, like really, old guy jazz, which, a lot of that is really, really great as well. But I love, jazz fusion, the Chick Coreas of the world and even Frank Zappa, just that philosophy of challenging people's brains while they're listening. And so that was just something that we always found great joy in trying to recreate. The people that we sort of had respect for, but also heavy was always the most important. It had to be heavy. And so if we could combine that complexity with heavy, then that's kind of what we always shot for. And it wasn't always appreciated. So it is really nice to hear comments like that now. It took a long time, but better late than never, right?
Also, Pavlos Clad says hello.
Hi, Pavlos.
And Sick and Metal also says hello.
Yes.
And Vitamin Death says culture of instant gratification and emotional constipation. Okay.
Vitamin Death is a wordsmith, isn't he?
And Osbraxus says, hello, first atheist song I ever listened to was Mineral. My mind was blown.
Wow. It was a late bloomer on Atheist there. So a funny story about Mineral is when we wrote that album, as I've told the story in a number of interviews, we only had 40 days to write and record that whole record. And so when we got to one day away from going into the studio to record, we needed one more song. And we didn't have any pot, and which is a big part of my writing process. So I was like, we were in Gainesville, Florida, and we needed this song, and Mineral is the song that we ended up writing. And so that recording on the album, that song was less than 24 hours old.
Oh, right.
So and it's still in our set, 30 plus years later. So that really was a turning point for me, where and not overthink it. Like I write things very quickly. I don't like to spend a lot of time on one song, because it's like trying to have a conversation with somebody and then thinking about all the right words to say. Let me think about exactly how I want to. Fuck it. Sometimes you just got to say things. And musically, Mineral ended up being that kind of a song, and I just take great pride in the fact that it could have been a catastrophe, but that literal recording, we were learning that as we went along, and so it's just I always think about how crazy that is, that it's something, because had it been really shitty, then we'd be stuck with it for 35 years. But it ended up being such a great song that, like I said, it ends up in our live set almost every time we play. So so if you're a musician out there, don't second guess yourself. Don't overthink it. Sometimes the first thing you say is the most fucking brilliant, be it musically or verbally. And I always, so now I kind of seek that. When I'm writing songs, and Till the Dirt was a great example of my newest band. Each one of those songs I wrote in one night, and I would start at 7 p.m. and go till 2. And so that's my kind of writing philosophy. And now writing new Atheist material with the guys, we get in a room and we pretty much bash out a song or more a day, a good skeleton of a song. And so I think sometimes people overthink shit too much, and then you end up, I think that you should combust, you should like burst musically, and whatever happens, whatever the damage is, and then if it sticks around, then it was worth writing, and so anyway, that was my story on Mineral.
I guess Mineral was the fifth element to complete the album.
Nice.
It was the key element.
Yeah.
All right. Trying to read a couple of more comments. Marios Palini, he also says good evening to all.
Marios Palini, what a fucking great name. Yeah.
Palini is actually a place here in Greece.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Marios from Palini. So yeah.
That's a great name.
And my friend Antonis Sakas, he says, "Good evening, guys. I'm translating from Greek." He says, "I feel goosebumps to see Kelly, one of the monoliths of our music, super intelligent, an idol. Atheist is for me one of the best bands of all times."
Wow, thank you.
And he says, "Although I'm not an atheist, I believe in God, humor. I love all of your albums. Each one is a music adventure. And any tour dates for the future?"
Yeah, absolutely. We have a really busy year coming up. We're in a couple of weeks. We head to South America with our friends in Cryptopsy, and so we're going to do that. And then we have a North American run in April that's yet to be announced. We plan on hitting Japan and New Zealand this year in June, and then Europe in September, and then another U.S. tour in November. So somewhere in between, we're going to be writing. We've got about 6 new songs written. And it's the first new Atheist music in a lot of years, 15 to be exact.
Wow.
Which blows my fucking mind that Jupiter's 15 years old already. Jupiter's a teenager.
Time flies.
It feels like it was just a minute ago. Of the guys that are in the band right now is just as good as I could ever ask for. There's nothing that they can't play. And so for me as a creator, it's so fun to just create complexity and know that everybody's going to be able to nail it. Everybody's going to be able to have the discipline to learn to play things sort of correctly all the time, and that's a big factor, because you can go in the studio and kind of create music and hope like hell that you can play it live, but I feel confident, more confident than I ever have in the guys that are in my band right now, and so it's fun to hear new music because it's Atheist is every album is different, there's a common denominator, but it's still very different each one. And so I'm excited to make this new record. And we've been having a lot of contractual problems for the last 7 years, and that's why we haven't made any new music, is because the business of music has held us from doing that. So anybody out there wondering why we're not, why we haven't had a new album in a while, it's because of the business. And we're working really, really hard to get that sorted out. But while that's happening, we're writing music and having a blast. And so I can't say enough about, the guys in my band now. I just love them so much. And they have such attention to detail that I can't wait to take it around the world this year. And we just played in LA 2 weeks ago. And we played fucking 19 songs. Which is a crazy amount of, like, we probably won't do that anymore, but we were just kind of trying out, we wanted to try, because these guys have learned the whole catalog. For me, it was just like, oh, well, anything, actually they have to talk me into playing songs more than I have to talk them into it. So they brought back Room with a View, which is a song from Piece of Time that we had not played in over 30 years since Roger was gone. So that was really, really cool to play that on stage and play it and have them play it, sort of correctly. And so it felt like an old friend, I hear that, to be standing on stage with these guys that were, younger than that song, You know, I mean, they're playing a song that's older than they are, and they're playing the shit out of it, and so it was fun. You know, it was a good time. So yeah.
Although I think I know the answer, and it's pretty self-explanatory, goes without asking. But Tracy Prince asks, coming to Amsterdam in September, and I will subsequently also ask any Greece in the plans. And I think let me be faster. I think it always depends on if somebody actually invites you.
That's right.
Yeah.
Harry, our boy Harry in Greece, you know, I think it was 2000.
Haris Katinakis.
Yeah, 2008 or 2009. Harry brought us over to.
I think it was
Greece
in 2006.
Oh, was it? Yeah, I guess so. It was,
and I'll tell you why I remember it, because I used to serve the military at the time. I was doing my service, and I wanted to escape. To come over and watch Atheist live, and I lied to my superiors that my cousin is getting married and I have to go to her wedding, but bastards, they never gave me the clearance or anything, so I lost the gig.
So you never got to go?
No.
Oh yeah, we played in Thessaloniki and Athens. And,
2006, if I remember correctly, because that's when I was serving. It was either 2006 or 7, but I think it was 6.
Yeah, I think you're right, and that's 19 years ago. That's fucking unbelievable.
Time flies, man.
I mean, it really does. Like, it does not feel like it was that. But, man, I just treasured those shows so much because, man, Greek metal people are just, man. It's like South America is the same way. There's a passion that it's kind of unrivaled. I think it's because of the availability of things. Like in America, everything is just so available to you. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
The kids kind of take it for granted. You know, and everybody tours America. Everybody tours, if you live in New York or Chicago, everybody visits your city. But not everybody comes to fucking Greece, and not everybody comes to South America.
Yeah.
So,
and it's not easy geographically for millions of reasons, but yeah.
Sure, financial as well, and so shout out to Harry for bringing us down, because it's a 2 gigs that I'll never forget. And one of the reasons that I won't forget it, on a side note, is I was riding in the back of a van to Athens, and I got car sick. I don't know if anybody's ever been car sick, but man, I had to throw up every like 15 minutes. I kept having to pull over, and I would jump out of the van and throw up, and it was fucking horrible. So then we got to Athens, and I couldn't even do sound check. I went to the hotel and just tried to sleep it off. And then I'll never forget that I got to the point where I felt like I wasn't going to throw up anymore. And so our handlers came and said, okay, we're taking you to the gig now. The band's already there, ready for you. So I come into the club, and I don't know what club it was, but the stage was surrounded by people. So the only way to get to the stage was to go through everybody. And it was fucking hot and sweaty and smelly. And I was trying to get through. These huge Greek guys are like walking me through the crowd. I'm trying to get through, and I finally get up on stage, and it felt great on stage. There was like air, it was like a different thickness of the air, and what a fucking great time. I mean, I went from being completely sick to completely just fulfilled, and I'll just never forget that. I can picture the faces like looking out. We were just surrounded. It was like this weird circle stage, and then there were levels in the back. I don't know what that club is called, if it's still there, but man, just both of those shows. And
could it be? One of them, I don't remember either. Could it be Gagarin 205?
What was it called?
Gagarin.
Oh God,
I don't remember either, because I didn't go. Or it would be either Rodon, but I don't think it was open any longer.
That was also in a time where we were just coming back and just realizing that, because in 2006, when atheists were sort of presented with an opportunity to come back, I just was really shocked. Like, I'll never forget, me and Steve Flynn, when we played Wacken, we were like, is anybody gonna remember us? Like, you know what I mean? Like, is that, and we were just blown away by that, and Hellfest. Those 2 gigs just really were alarming to us, that suddenly the internet had created this possibility for people to discover our music, and that was just not the way it was in the early days. So man, and ever since then, it was just been this incredible experience where, it's like if you told a joke in 1991 and nobody laughed until 2006. So then it was so refreshing to hear people laugh at the joke, per se. you know, and then and now ever since then, everywhere we go, you know, Finland, you know, Sweden, everywhere, it's just amazing to hear everybody's story about how, you know, where atheists fit into their childhood and their upbringing, and even on a level that I found out just recently. I talking with the At the Gates guys, and this was a few years ago, 2019. And then I've heard several stories since then. When we played in Sweden with Candlemass, which was a very fucking odd pairing, couldn't be more different as bands. But man, I can't thank those guys enough for having the wherewithal to bring us and not be, you know, to allow us to come and play like that, because it exposed us to you know, in the crowd at that particular show were guys from In Flames, guys from Dismember, guys from At the Gates, LG and Entombed, all, you know, what would go on to become this important scene. Those guys told me that, you know, that one gig just kind of shook up their town. Like, whoa, fucking 2 left-handed guitar players and a fucking bass player who was crazy. And, you know, so that just is so rewarding. You can't really put a price on that, you know, hearing that from, you know, from titans of today's scene, you know, all those bands, Dismember, At the Gates, all just incredible careers that they've had since then. And yeah, it's just humbling, you know, to know that, because a lot of times you go someplace, you play, you don't know whether it mattered to anybody until somebody tells you, you know, hey, I saw you in Seattle, like somebody, you know, and or I saw you in Finland or somewhere, and you just never realize until later, you know, what an impact that one. And I've had that experience. I remember seeing, you know, on the early Megadeth, you know, Killing Is My Business, when that tour came to Florida, and I just remember seeing Chris Poland, who was fucking amazing. Watching him play those solos that I listened to, and it was like, oh, fuck, it was just, I love that feeling, you know, and I still get that same feeling from music, you know, just that excitement when you know, and when you see somebody that's really talented, it has a unique way of doing things, and then you go see them live and they do it that way live, and it's like, it's just amazing, you know.
I'm gonna get back to Tracy's original question about Amsterdam, because we forgot about that. But over here, I have to read another one of Vitamin's Death hilarious comments. And this guy is always joining the questions, the interviews, and he writes hilarious comments. I love that. And he says, "The smellier the gig, the better for us Greeks, at least."
Another funny story about Greece. So, you know, I love to smell good. Like, I love cologne, you know. I mean, I've always, my father always smelled great. It's a thing he passed a few years ago, but it's one of my things that I think about him all the time. And so I've always wanted to smell good. So I'll never forget the people would just, in Greece, you know, like, especially like women would be like, "Oh, you fucking smell so good," you know, and we're like, well, you know, and it's kind of normal, you know. I mean, I felt normal, and then you know, now looking back on it, I realized that, you know, it was a lot of body odor happening in the metal scene back in the day. A lot of sweat and a lot of different. So that was kind of a funny cultural thing that I noticed, that not a lot. Maybe that's different now, but back then it was definitely not the case. So probably those guys are like, what a bunch of pussies. They smell like fucking women, you know. But we didn't smell like women, you know. It's just a different culture. And I think that's, again, one of the greatest things about playing music and being able to travel and tour that I just can't put a price on, is just going to all these different countries and just meeting different people and how they are, how they speak, how they feel, how they react to music. All those things that's currency to me. You know what I mean? Like, people are always like, "You've been playing music for so long." Like, I am a millionaire spiritually. You know what I mean? I'm wealthy as a human being. You know what I mean? Not financially, but as a human being, I feel very wealthy, and that's kind of hard for people to understand sometimes. But I always feel that way. Just where else in the world would I ever have the opportunity to travel to all these different countries and, you know, perform art that people give a shit about? You know, it's something that you can't put in your wallet. You know, it's just something that stays with you. It's really nice, you know.
So I'm going back to the original question. Coming to Amsterdam in September?
Yes. I can't say the dates, but I mean, Amsterdam is always on the tour itinerary, because, for one reason, because I, just love Amsterdam so much. I've always have, and for different reasons now than when I was a kid. When I was a kid, I was like, I could smoke weed there legally. That was the biggest thing that made me excited about Amsterdam. But now, I just love the clear running streams and the architecture and the language. It's a really beautiful language as well, and the intelligence level of metalheads in Holland is top notch. And so that's always going to be a want for us to, anytime there's a European tour, that we get to Amsterdam for sure.
When you said before that, the availability of gigs, is different, for example, in Greece than it is, in other places. I do remember I was a student in the UK back in 2000 to 2004 at university, and I had to travel from Crete through Amsterdam, and then from Amsterdam to Humberside Airport, which was in North England. And I called a friend who lived nearby Amsterdam, and I said, "Hey, man, I've got a layover on Amsterdam at Schiphol Airport for like 8 or 10 hours or something like that. I don't know. Can you still hear me?
Yeah, you froze for a second.
Yeah, I said I've got a layover for like 8 or 10 hours in Amsterdam. You want to come over and hang around for a coffee or something like that?" He says, "Which hours are you gonna be there?" I said, "From that time until that time." And he says, "Let me look what gigs we have during those hours." I was like, "You fucking kidding me or something? What the hell?" He says, I'll be back in a minute." And then after a minute, he sends me a message and he says, "Okay, it's there is a gig in Rotterdam. It's Mortician playing." I was like, "I'm gonna pick you up and we're gonna go to Rotterdam." And that's what he did.
Nice.
He came over to the airport. He picked me up. We went to Rotterdam. We watched Mortician. Came back to the airport, took my flight, and left. And that's
fucking awesome.
That's unimaginable, man. I mean, I don't know, Tracy. I don't know if that's true, but or if that was the case. But I think that they really have a lot of gigs over there going on. That's amazing.
Oh yeah, I think that in the early days, every metal band wanted to go to Amsterdam or Holland in general. But that always, again, a really great metal scene there. There's certain points of the world that are, more accepting these days. It's much better than it was back then. But Amsterdam back in the day, Mexico back in the day, places that really kind of were early super duper believers of this kind of music and underground supporters.
I watched some really nice gigs over there. I mean, I watched Ball Thrower, for example, twice in Holland. It was in Tilburg and in Enschede. I've been, quite a few times. I was in the UK and it was easier to travel. You could find like return tickets for like £40. That was it.
Wow.
But from Greece, you would have to pay maybe 500 or something like that. It was always very difficult to travel. Yeah. All right. Reading another one of the comments, and then I will go with my own questions. There's quite a few comments. Thank you, guys.
Cool. Thank you.
Yeah. SMOKLS, Smonkles? I don't know. SMOKLS. He says, 15 years ago, I got the honor to meet the bassist of Mentally Defiled, a Greek thrash metal band. Super cool guy. He stated how his favorite band was Atheist. He mentioned this numerous times, he said. Yeah.
Cool.
All right. Kelly, I wanted to ask you to tell us a couple of words about Roger Patterson. I'm not gonna say I'm not gonna be specific with the question. Just go ahead.
Yeah, he for starters, he's as naturally gifted a musician as I've ever met in my life. A very unassuming, very humble talent, and that I can now, as an older guy, I can look back and understand just how sort of innocent he was in his pursuit of being a good bass player. I mean, he, would write riffs that were just so difficult for us to play that it actually created the template for how we wrote songs, because we weren't able to really play his riffs with a pick.
So he was let me make the parallelization over here. He was like what Cliff Burton was for Metallica.
Sure, but even 100%. I mean, I think that there'll just never be another guy like him. And I think Cliff, I didn't know Cliff, but I think from what people who have known Cliff have told me that, he was equally just a guy that just loved to play, loved music, loved other bands. Like Roger was the kind of guy that he would go and get a T-shirt from every opening band that we played with. Um, and the opening bands, were just like, "Whoa, really? You want one of our shirts?" And so, one of the sad stories happened, and he passed. We had to go back to the van that we crashed in, and get our stuff off the van to fly back to Florida. And I'll never forget looking at his suitcase, and it was just packed full of unknown bands T-shirts. You know what I mean? Like that he had collected through this tour, because we'd just done a tour with Candlemass in the United States. And so we just got done with the tour, 30 some odd shows, and his suitcase was just full of all these bands that I never heard of. But he had a twin brother who played drums, and so they kind of came up together, and we knew each other before any of us played instruments. I used to sell newspapers door to door, like subscriptions to a newspaper, and he also did it. He was in the town right next to mine. They're very, very close together, and we actually competed against each other as salesman of the month, as like 13-year-olds, like 12 and 13 years old. So that's when we first met, and then like 3 years later, we were playing with no bass player and a different singer in the early days of Ravage. And him and his twin brother showed up, and they had like leather jackets on and punk rock patches, and they looked like us. They looked well, not look like us, but they just looked like we knew that they knew the kind of music that we loved as well. And I'll never forget that. The next day he came to my house, and just watching him and just his natural ability. Never seen such power in all. A lot of bass players play with 2 fingers, maybe even 3, but his whole hand, every finger was like equally as strong, and so he was able to just grab notes that we weren't able to emulate picking wise. And so we just ended up I thought, well, I can't fucking play that, so I'm going to write something around it, which ended up being orchestration, but I didn't understand at the time because I was very young. But that's kind of what made, the idea of everybody playing something different all the time. Drums, bass, both guitars, and then the vocal. Everybody's cruising around, and then every now and then, pow, we line up. And then when you do that, it makes that lining up moment really heavy and impactful. And so that ended up being this excitement with us. Like we need to do that. Everybody plays something different, but obviously in the same key, and have it go together. And there's so many moments like that that never would have happened without Roger's just complexity. But he never knew, he wasn't like this nerdy guy. Like he was, pot smoking, cigarette smoking, fucking, all he did was play. He was super kind to everybody. He was just really funny. And it's just, I think about him all the time. Like he would just fucking love where we are right now. Like, he would just be the most excited of anybody, because he was just unjaded, pure musician. And just, that's all he wanted to do. And that's all he ever would have done if he would have lived. And I just, all the young people out there, you're close friends now. You really have to understand and appreciate, because in one day your whole life can change, and that's kind of what happened there. But I 30, I don't know, he's coming up on 34 years or something. He's been gone. I still hear his voice. I still think every time we play I Deny on stage, I think of him. And that sounds cheesy. People are like, "Oh, I never forget him." I literally fucking think about him all the time on stage, and how excited he would be to do this. And we have a really tremendous bass player now, Yoav.
Yeah.
And he excites me in a different way, the same way. He's just on all the time, and it makes everybody else's level rise. And Roger was that kind of musician. Like we had to keep up with him. And that's, and then bass players are kind of understated a lot of times in bands, but again, we came from that Iron Maiden world of bass was very important. And so I think that in the early days of Atheist, that was one of the things that people were drawn to. And plus, as a performer, he was second to none. He would headbang so hard that his neck would have like red marks on his neck. And it was like, and I remember, because we played with him, we knew him, and we lived in a very small beach town in Florida, so we were shocked at people the first time we went over to Europe, to Sweden. Everybody came up after, "Your fucking bass player is crazy." We were like, "Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, yeah," and but people really kind of caught that. I think that was the first thing that people kind of noticed about us was him. And so I do everything I can to keep his memory alive, man. He was we were roommates before, up until the point where he died, and just really great friends and kindred spirits. And so his memory lives on very, very strong in this band.
Kelly, forgive my ignorance, but all I knew all my life is that yes, that he died, but I didn't know how he died. You mentioned a crash.
Yeah, we were on tour.
Shit, man.
We were on a tour bus for the whole tour, and in California, when the tour was over, the other guys kind of flew back to Sweden, and we drove like this van back to Florida, which is a long fucking drive, it's over 3,000 miles. And we only had like 2.5 days to get this thing back or we were going to have to pay more money, which was a big deal back then because, we weren't making any money. So to pay for a tour was very expensive. So we had two crew guys. We had one guy named Ron and another guy named Carl, and Ron was pretty much the driver for the whole tour. Driving our equipment. So the equipment was in this van. We rode on the bus for the whole tour, but coming home, we had to get in this van. And he just drove for like 29 hours, and he was so tired, he couldn't do it anymore. So the other guy took over for 2 hours and basically tried to pass a semi truck at about 85 miles an hour, and then came back to get in front of the vehicle he was passing and caught the side of the road. And we flipped like 6 times, and it threw Roger out of the van, and it almost killed me. My elbow split open, my foot was split open, and it was just, we went from being so happy that we just completed our first American tour to sitting in the middle of the street outside of New Orleans was where it happened. There was about 45 degrees outside, and all I could smell was like antifreeze, and everything, my guitar, everything is laying in the middle of the street. It just happened. So we were sleeping, and all of a sudden we felt the inertia of the van going back and forth, and all of a sudden, it just flipped. But he was alive. Like, I jumped out of the van and went back. He was about 100 yards behind where the van rested, and he didn't have a shirt on. He was in shorts, no shoes. So he was skinned up pretty good, but he was alive. He looked at me, and I was like, and we, kind of looked at each other like we were both half asleep, because we were. And all of a sudden now we're in the middle of this highway, and I didn't even realize that I was hurt in any way. So I asked him to go back and get his jacket, his leather jacket. Went back and got his leather jacket, and I just thought, oh man, this is gonna suck. We were supposed to go to Europe with Dark Angel, and we were very excited about that. So I immediately thought, oh man, I hope he heals up before we go to Europe, So I ended up going into shock, and anyway, long story short, I get to the hospital, and the lady that was sewing my elbow up, I was like, do you know the condition of my friend? And she was just like this really cold nurse, and she was like, I need you to keep your elbow up, honey. He's a fatality. Hold your elbow still, just like that. And I was like, he's a fatality? What? And then the other guys in the band came into the little triage room in tears, and that's when it all began. And it's just still hard to believe that happened. And so yeah, it was very personal and very impactful and for all of us. And we still think about it all the time. But yeah, just that's what I mean. Like one bad turn can just change your life, and you just got to really appreciate your life every day that you're not in those kinds of scenarios, so way tragic, loss for sure.
I want to say,
can't imagine what he would do.
Yeah, I want to say 2 things over here. Sorry to get you through the whole process to remember it again, and thank you so much for sharing this with us.
I'm grateful that people still give a shit, to ask, because that means I have an opportunity to talk about him and keep his memory alive. And his twin brother is gone now as well. He never really recovered from the loss of his brother. I mean, twins are like that. I think, they were identical twins, and he never really got over the fact that he had lost him. And because he kind of, as a drummer, his twin brother kind of took the back seat once Roger got into Atheist and we started to have some success and made a record. He was just Roger's biggest fan, and so he, kind of resented us for a lot of years because he saw us as the reason why he lost his brother. But in reality, Roger would have said to him, bro, I got to go on tour, ride on a tour bus and play 32 shows with Candlemass all around the country. And Doug Kaiser from Watchtower came and seen me play. And he got buried with a picture of Doug Kaiser from Watchtower. His funeral was like really fucking amazing. He got buried with his Ibanez sound gear, and he was in his leather jacket. And the kind of a funny story that Roger would have appreciated. You have to remember 1991, the word atheist was, on a t-shirt was like, whoa, and so the funeral home where his funeral was, all these metalheads showed up and they all had, atheist shirts on or metal shirts. And I just remember seeing the funeral director just sweating, like literally just like, who fucking died here? Who is this person? And everybody put like packs of cigarettes and weed and beer and everything in his casket. So his casket, if somebody were to open it today, will be full of lighters, because one of the things that he never had, he smoked, but he never bought cigarettes. So he'd be like, you got a cigarette? And so they give him a cigarette and he'd be like, you got a light? And so it was like this thing. So tons of lighters and all those things are in his casket. But I go to see him all the time, and he's buried not too far from me, and I've taken my kids out there to see him and introduce them to him. And so it's easier now than it was then, because now he's this mythical person, I mean, but I just feel like I was lucky to have, to be able to make, 2 records with him essentially, because he wrote most of Unquestionable Presence bass lines. Which is something, a lot of people don't also realize. They see Tony Choi played on the record, but they don't know, like you're in your 40s and you didn't even know it was a car accident. So a lot of people kind of don't give Roger the credit for Unquestionable Presence, but that was his shining moment. Like he wrote some fucking amazing bass lines on that album, and that are just signature, and to this day they still matter to people. And so, but yeah, I appreciate you bringing him up, man. He deserves to be talked about.
Oh, thank you for talking about this, man. It's really, really, important information you gave us over here. It's good to know the story behind it, and it's an irony that a second before you actually go with the whole story, I actually parallelized him with Cliff Barton, and then the story is like exactly the same.
Very the same, yeah, 100%. So a lot of people have said that over the years. That the situation happened very similar, and they, they really, Cliff and Roger definitely had the same impact, just at different times and different styles, you know what I mean? But yeah, Cliff was second to none as well. And I think that's, Metallica had a very, one of the main reasons why they had such a problem with Jason. And I can relate with James Hetfield feeling this way, especially after now he's been able to sort of talk about what bothered him about Jason. And it wasn't just Jason's, as a person. I just think that deep down inside, Hetfield knew that fucking there's nothing like a bass player that plays with his fingers. It's just, that's how a bass should be played, and I get it. Some people play with picks and it's suitable for some things, but a bass is you don't see anybody playing a cello with a pick. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? So I just come from that world, and no disrespect to the guys that play with picks. It is what it is. But pound for pound, I'm a finger guy when it comes to bass. And so I think that, and it really, you can hear the difference in the sound, on the Metallica records. Cliff's bass lines were like, because there isn't the same percussiveness typically, unless you as a guy with a pick, you can hear the pick hitting the strings. But Roger's attack, he had this really incredible attack, so he was fucking just hitting it so hard that, and he had like this piano sound, like his sound was like very blundering and heavy in a way, but it was really about the way he was playing it. If somebody else had played his same bass, it wouldn't have sounded the same through the same rig. It was just all in his attack and the way he played. And it's funny that one of his biggest idols was Gene Simmons, who's a fucking horrible bass player. I mean, in my opinion, anyway. Like, not a guy that I hold at the top of the bass player sort of thing, but he loved Gene Simmons, man. And that was his like early, obviously Geddy Lee and stuff like that. Later on, he studied those guys. But he was also a natural player. None of us, none of us read music. None of us could read music or understand it. I still to this day don't know what key we're playing in. I don't fucking know what, you know what I mean? Like the guys that are in the band with me now are very knowledgeable about, keys and how things are and meter and all that. And just, I just never really subscribed to that. And so it's interesting to hear them, sort of translate it into actual music speak. So, but anyway, yes. Cheers to Roger Patterson.
Cheers to Roger.
Cheers.
Kelly, we've been going on for an hour and 10 minutes. I think we can have a small break. I can also grab another beer. Is that all right?
Yeah, I'm going to grab a smoke real quick.
Okay.
Hopefully everybody will come back.
Yeah, everybody, don't leave. Stay in front of your monitors. Don't leave us. We'll be back in 3 or 4 minutes. Gonna have a cigarette, gonna have a beer. Take it easy. Have a small break. And we'll see you all in 3-4 minutes. Thank you.
All right.
All right, everybody, we're back. Thank you for waiting for us. That was a nice break.
Yes.
Right, Kelly, I've got quite a few comments over here, but there's one that actually struck me. All right, so that was from my friend Vitamin Death, and he says, and I can relate to that, unfortunately. He says, my dad is sick, and any moment he might pass away. I wanted to ask you, does it get any easier at some point after you lose a parent? Also, sorry for your loss, sir.
Oh, well, sorry you're going through that, and may science be with your dad, and help him stay around as long as possible. Does it get easier? I mean, everybody deals with it differently. I don't know if it's ever easy, to lose somebody you really, really care about, especially a father or a family member. But I found that the celebration of a person's life is a better approach than than wallowing in the loss. You know what I mean? And I think, I try to practice that while people are alive.
True.
Many times I tell people, like, I don't know how long, I've lost so many friends in the last 2 years that are younger than me. So I always look at life like, man, I may not be here tomorrow. Tomorrow is not a promise for anybody. And so I try to really treasure and appreciate people while I'm with them and while we're sharing time and while I, be it, just friends or musicians or anything. And I think that everybody deals with it differently, but I can definitely recommend trying to celebrate your dad and remember all the things that the experiences that you've had together. And that's how I've dealt with Roger over the years, and just keeping him alive makes me happier. Hearing people talk about him keeps him alive. You know what I mean? And so I would recommend just, always sharing stories about your father and the experiences that you had, the relationship that you had. And that'll help you get past the immediate loss. I think it definitely took us a couple of years for me personally to get to that place. And I was still pretty young. I think, I don't know, 22 or something when we lost him. And so I'm a much more seasoned man now to understand and respect just how many people I've lost. And so I have this appreciation for life that's different than I had when I was a kid. And sometimes my friends are always like, Kelly, you got to stop talking about dying. I'm like, God, we're all gonna fucking die. It's inevitable.
Death is real.
It is the one thing that is inevitable. And so it's important to not take it for granted. So every day that I'm breathing, every day I get to hug my little boy. He's 8 years old, and every day I get to hear his stories and my daughter and just playing with the band is the new guys in the band and just getting together and making music. Those, I just appreciate all that so much more than I did when I was a kid, or a young man. So I would recommend that try to pull together all the great times and great stories that you've had with your dad, and just celebrate them, and continue to celebrate them, and then it'll help ease the pain of the loss. For me, it did anyway.
Can I also add a comment to that, sir?
Sure.
Yes, I also lost my dad a year and a half ago, so
sorry.
Thanks. It is what it is, and the truth is, you get used to the new part of life, which is much more poor, but life goes on. But what I'm gonna say is, I was very, very. I'm not lucky, but I'm very happy that I took a decision when he was still, communicating with his environment and he was actually dying. I didn't want to, for a single second, admit to him that, yes, you're dying. I was always trying to give him hope. I was not trying to ask him, what are we going to do with this matter or that matter? I didn't care. I would face it myself afterwards, more difficultly, because his advice would be great, but I wouldn't, want even to ask him, just to make him feel that, I'm leaving.
Yeah.
So that's
Right.
one thing. And the other thing is, I'm from a family that we were never very expressive with each other. I am in my everyday life with other people, but in our family, we weren't. So I'm, for me, it was very important that I managed for the first and last time in my life to tell him, Dad, I love you.
Yeah.
That's
important.
Yeah, and I think normally you have to say it your whole life, but at least it's like something that you can do before they close their eyes and they. I,
It's different. My father died about 6 years ago,
hmm,
and we like he was a very important part of who I am, but he's also an example of who I'm not. So my father like did things in life that I would never ever do. Like he didn't have the same appreciation for me as his son as I do for my son. He didn't like the fact that I played music. He was like a strength coach. He was a powerlifting guy. So the fact that I was a pencil neck guitar player, he didn't fucking like that. And his philosophy was, Kelly, there's 1,000 guitar players. What makes you think you're going to be different? And that's always resonated in my head. Like, and I remember like
he was
my
wrong.
father moved. He was wrong. And well, I mean, that's been 40 years ago plus, and it's still right at the top of the list of reasons why I do what I do. Like, I don't care if there's 1,000 people that do it. They just haven't done it this way. And he could never understand that. So while I had this, sort of odd relationship with him, when I got the call from the police, they found he had a stroke, and he lived alone. He lived by himself, and his whole philosophy was always like, you need to save money. You should have a trade. You should be like an air conditioner guy, or you should learn how to fix car, because he was a great mechanic. And he just kind of always didn't he never shined light on the things that I wanted to do. It was always the things that he wanted to do. And so we had that relationship on into adulthood. And in the final days of our relationship, the last time we spoke, was not really really good. It was me being old enough to recognize his downfall and his inherent sort of things that I did not want to be as a man. And it's not to fully disrespect him, but I mean, being a parent is a really important thing to
Yeah.
me. Being a um, not a role model, but just an example of mistakes and accomplishments.
Very true.
I want my little boy to know that, man, you're gonna fall down, man. You're gonna hurt yourself, and then you're gonna pick yourself back up, and you're gonna get back in the fight, and you're gonna do that. And don't ever let anybody tell you that you can't do anything, because you can fucking do anything you want to do if you really want to do it. The power of a human being and the will to do something is it sounds cheesy to say, but it really is everything. And so but when I got the call from the police, and they said they found him in his chair, and he had a stroke, and he'd been gone for about a day and a half, I think. And as much as we weren't very close at that time. I immediately, tears just came to my eyes. I mean, I felt that grief, even for a man who never believed in me. You know what I mean? So it's hard with family, and he was definitely the same kind of guy, not showing emotion a lot. Um, you know, uh, my mom showed a lot of emotion, but my mom was very country, and um, she was very different than my father. She's still with me. I talk to her every night. Love you, mom. But in the beginning, she also was skeptical, like, shouldn't you go to, I don't know, learn a trade or go to college? And I can get that now. But all I wanted to do was play guitar. It's all I gave a shit about. I would sit in my room for hours and play guitar. And in the spirit of wanting to protect your child, there might be a level of knowing that that's a very thankless position. It's so fucking hard to make to make a dent in music, to make any kind of art, and have it be something that has sustainability.
Yeah.
So I get it. I get why they were kind of like, maybe you should have a backup plan. But there was never a backup plan for me, ever, ever, never. And it's just I tell people all the time, like, music is who I am. It's not what I do. It's kind of
Hmm.
when I see people retire from music, I don't understand that. You don't retire from who you are. You know what I mean? If you're doing it for the right reasons, if it is that way for you, that you can just, well, I'm retired, I'm not going to make any music anymore. I might as well be dead. I don't. The idea of not making music every day be it on an acoustic guitar or in my little studio, or like that's just a part of my. It's as much a part of me as eating and sleeping. You know, I mean, so the idea of just going, I quit. I'm gonna go and be a salesman now. You know, I'm all grown up now. I need to grow up. You know, there's a lot of my peers that kind of look at me that way, I think, and think, you know, you're 56 years old. Why are you still doing this? You know, what do you mean, why am I still doing it? I love the fact that I'm playing music I wrote when I was 16 years old. I mean, a song like On They Slay, I wrote when I was 16 years old. You know, that's 4 fucking decades ago. And it still fucking crushes on stage. That's, to me, man, I love that. Every single time we play that song, I think, fuck, this is amazing. You know, like, how lucky am I to have made a statement 40 years ago that still matters to a person who's also young now, who's just discovering it for the first time. And I don't know, those things you can't really put a price on, you know. And so I really, I collect all those things in my head and I put them close to my heart. And those are the things that I'll think about in my dying days. You know, it won't be how much money I have or you know, how many things I have or how many cool cars I have. None of that shit matters. Because at the end, you know, we all arrive on Earth in one vulnerable state and we leave in a vulnerable state.
Indeed.
And all you can really have is those memories and those things to hang on to. And you know, my father used to always, he was always the guy that would save money. Like I would be like, well, when can I see you? He lived in Ohio, like 1,000 miles away. Like, can you come to Florida? Well, I'm saving, you know, I save $8 a week, so in 18 months I'll be able to come and see you. It was always that. And I used to think, you know, and he never went anywhere. He always, you know, always would be like, you know, you're careless in life. You know, I would be like, I'm going on tour. He's like, well, what about your job? And I'm like, I'll get another one. Well, you can't live like that. You can't, you know, you can't just do that. I'm like, yeah, but I'm going on tour. He just couldn't get that. And so when he died, one of the last conversations that we had on the phone before I knew he was going to die, because he died suddenly, was like, you are, at that point he was in his 60s. I was like, you've never fucking gone anywhere. You've been in Ohio and you've been in North Carolina. That's like taking a glass and dipping it in the ocean and looking at the water and going, wow, that looks like a pretty boring place. When in reality, the ocean is fucking amazing.
Yeah.
But if you only see one cup of it, then you think, whatever, looks like salty water to me, you know. And I could never explain that to him, like the education that you get from traveling, and just the ability to see the Swiss Alps, to go to Holland, to go to Greece. Fuck, Greece was amazing for us as Americans. Like, I can't wait to get back there again. It was just, the food was tremendous. The culture was amazing. The metalheads were incredible. I can't say enough great things about Greece. Like, I recommend that all bands go to Greece. It's really just as good as anything you could ever ask for, especially as a metal musician. And I'm surprised that you know, there's not more Greek metal, more bands coming from Greece, you know, because it's you know, you have a very healthy habitat for that music there that I wish that we had here in America. Now we do a little bit now, but back then it wasn't the case, you know. So that underground vibe is still very much alive in Greece, because I don't know what it's like there now. I mean, I'm a stupid American sort of trying to relate, but would you agree that not a lot of, like, maybe major tours come through, but you don't get all the underlings, you know, you're not getting a steady diet of bands coming there all the time, because it's, you know, it's expensive. And again, somebody has to bring you there. But is that the case still, where, you know?
I think there's not like a tremendous amount of gigs and everything, but we do have a lot of gigs. No, we do have a fair amount of gigs.
That's cool.
But I wouldn't say that it is a healthy environment for a band, you know, to how can I say this, to thrive. It's quite difficult. There's a lot of challenges, and Greece is out of the map in general, also geographically, and also because of its economy, and also because of a lot of problems. So for a band, a new band, for example, to succeed, it's quite a challenge, man. It really is quite a challenge. I mean, there's been some bands from the late 80s, 90s. You've heard the names like Rotting Christ, Septic Flesh, and, you know, these guys, you know, and there's been others as well. I mean, it has a very unique black metal scene, for example, that people were pioneers as well. But in general, yes, we have new names as well, like Suicidal Angels, Biocancer, and some others. And they're really impressive as well. But in general, I would say it's tough, not very easy.
But then it also, I think, because of that, there's still that level of underground that the rest of the world's not really seeing. You know, I mean, because of these sparseness of things and the difficult level. That's how it was back in the day for.
But it doesn't have that romantic session of the '90s. You know, like it's different.
Yeah, it's hard to recreate. Yeah. It's hard to recreate that. I mean, mainly because of technology, because of the ability to access music so easily. Like you know, I don't know. It's so hard to explain to people how exciting it was to go to your mailbox and see a fucking letter and go, oh God, it made it, and it's all fucked up. The envelope's all messed up, and you're like, oh, please let this. Oh, and you pull the tape out and you put it in and it plays and you're like, yes, you know. And I mean, it was just it was like finding a treasure, and I miss that. I miss that about metal now. But I still kind of find my own little treasures that I love discovering new bands, you know, especially when nobody knows about them. I still love that idea of that, and so I try to recreate that as much as I possibly can. But Greece inadvertently probably has a lot more of that than, you know, say London, you know, obviously where everybody goes to London on a regular basis, or tries to, you know, it's always a mission. So maybe that's why there's such a passion when bands go there and play. There's a video on YouTube that somebody took of our Thessaloniki show, and man, just, I wish every night was like that. And it was a small club, you know, but it was packed, and man, it was just, you know, that I don't care if I ever play for 100,000 people. I'd rather play for 400 people like that all the time, with that kind of energy and that excitement and that participation. You know, to me, that's just as good as playing for thousands of people, and in many ways better, because a lot of times when you play festivals, you know, you look out and you're seeing 20, 30,000 people, but they're like 20 yards away from you, you know what I mean? Or meters or whatever you guys, yards, I'm talking American, but you know, they're far away. And you know, the intimacy of metal is very important, that the people be right. We should be smelling each other, you know, we should be sharing oxygen, you know what I mean? In metal, because it's that way. It's very punishing, and I don't want to look at somebody, you know. So festivals are sometimes not as much fun, ironically, even though there's so many people and the big screens and, you know, the huge sound system, and so it has its perks. But man, nothing beats a packed 400-seat club full of sweaty ass metalheads, man. You know, I mean, I'm sign me up for that all day.
My friend Antoni Sakas is asking a question. He says, Dimitris, in some songs of Atheist, I hear, what's the word in English? Sorry, my brain has to work multi-language. Influences from the Italian masters of prog rock, Goblin. Can you ask him if indeed they have been influenced musically by these guys?
I never heard Goblin in my
sorry,
life.
Antonis.
No, I will go back and listen to Goblin now. See, that's you just uncovered a secret for me.
Yeah, there you go.
No, honestly, I'm guessing it's an older band.
Yeah, I would imagine. I don't know them either, but
yeah, they definitely didn't have an influence on us in what we do. But you know, I've never heard them, but I will go and immediately Google them after the show.
And even Vitamin Death, he replied to him and he says, "Wow, man, Goblin, what do you say now?" He says, "Very correct. The influence is right over there," he says.
That's cool. I can't wait to check it out. No, honestly, the biggest influence for me vocally was like Schmear, Destruction.
Yeah.
Because I never had the super lows. I always thought that the witchier kind of vocals, like, you know, Melee from Creator and Schmear from Destruction, those were my two sort of heroes.
But I don't think he's actually referring to the vocals. I believe that he's referring to
musically?
the music. Yeah, because he says they're masters of prog rock. So.
And they're Italian?
Yeah.
An Italian band? No, definitely never. None of the guys in the early days of the band. I'm pretty sure I can say that none of us.
Yeah, you would know it. You would have known it. Yeah.
Cool.
Okay. Right. Let me check the comments and also my questions, because give me a second. Right. Okay. So, right. I'd like to ask you a bit about your new. It's fairly new project, isn't it? Till the Dirt.
Yeah.
With Outside the Spiral. Again, it's a dream team you guys have got over there. Yoav is on the bass from Atheist, and Jerry Vitunsky on the guitars from Atheist, and Dylan Marks on the drums, who has also performed live with Atheist. So it's like we have an Atheist side project. We've got...
Well, if I could clear that up, because actually those guys didn't play on the record.
Yeah.
Yoav did.
Yeah.
Yoav
Okay.
played bass, but the other guys, this band sort of came together. It was just me stuck at home during COVID, and I wrote and played guitar, and I played bass, and I programmed drums as best I could using loops and just cutting things out and putting it all together during the COVID lockdown. And I don't know what it was like in Greece, but here everything shut down, and so I just found myself. I put together this tiny little studio, and each night
I don't want to interrupt you, but I have to run inside for a second. So is it okay if we have another break of 3 minutes?
Yeah.
Sorry,
no problem.
guys. Sorry to everybody.
problem.
Keep, stay with us. We'll be back in 3 minutes. Thank you very much. All right, everybody, we're back. Sorry for that interruption. Sometimes I do have to interrupt because, as we were discussing about family before as well, sometimes I have to run in. That's the thing with live shows. So thanks for that, Kelly. And sorry I interrupted you. We were talking about your new project. So go ahead.
Yeah, that process was very solitary in the beginning because it was very uncertain times, and there was a lot of tension in America at the time, and probably around the world.
Yeah.
But for me, it was super isolating. And so I immediately just gravitated towards, I've got to be able to, one of the things about writing songs that for me, that's been kind of difficult over the years is sometimes especially if you're in a loud environment, if you're writing songs amongst 4 other people, and you're trying to get your ideas or your point across, it sometimes can be very difficult. And you're kind of married to 4 other people musically. So you may write something that somebody, that 3 of the guys like, but the other guy doesn't. So now you're like, fuck, all right, well, I guess we're not going to use that riff. And then everybody wants to get their sort of riff in as well. You know what I mean? So you kind of become not complacent, but more willing to be complacent. Say, okay, yes, everybody should play a role in the songwriting. And it's not that I wanted to just give me the wheel, let me drive, but it was a nice, liberating feeling to be able to sit and not have to ask anybody's fucking opinion about what they thought of, of any of it, and I could write whatever guitar parts, and I could play both guitar parts, record them on a level. First and foremost, the most inspiring thing, and me and Scott Burns, who produced this album with me, talked about, was just the ability to the sound quality from a fucking laptop in your apartment, or your house. Like, you can get shit that sounds way better than the old More Sounds tapes, you know what I mean? And so when I first laid these demos on Scott Burns, he was like, I can't believe you did that in your condo, you know what I mean? Like, it's in a little tiny spot. And I was like, I know that guitar sounds Mark Lewis is a producer who I admire a lot. He's a really great guy. And he turned me on to this thing called STL Tone Hub, which is essentially they've mirrored all these incredible guitar sounds, in studios with the mic and everything. And you have the ability to sit at your house with headphones and play the great Mesa Boogies, Marshalls, Orange, every amp that you could never possibly afford, all of them, or be able to play them at a level that's perfectly studio created, so, and you have the ability to manipulate it even beyond that. So I was like a fucking drug addict, but music, like I was just blown away by these plugins, that I can sit with my headphones in a 4x6 area and create these songs. And so each night, my wife was a frontline worker. She was working at a grocery store at the time. And so she was working, and I was with my little boy. He was like 3 or 4 at the time. And he literally sat with me and probably thought I was crazy because I was doing vocals as well in there. And, and I was just able to record everything at a level that was really, I would go out to my car and listen to it. And it was exciting. So after I wrote like 3 or 4 songs, and I knew that it was not Atheist, but it was like part Atheist, part Neurotica, because I was able to use my singing voice, which I can't in Atheist because, I would never do that. It's just a different meal altogether. So anyway, I try to be short with telling the story, but the long and short of it was, I found this liberating 6-month period where I wrote all these fucking songs by myself. And then I didn't know whether it was going to be a solo album. And then a lot of my friends in the industry were like, nobody likes a solo record. Put a band together. I was like, all right, well, I'm kind of past that now. I've got 25 songs. They're all done. And essentially I just need somebody to play them. So I brought in real musicians to play the stuff that I had written, the demos. So, and I was just so excited that I was able to get Jeff Loomis, who I love, is one of my favorite guitar players in today's music, just an incredible talent. And, he didn't have to do that. You know what I mean? He has probably 80 people a fucking month ask him to play on their record. And I'm so naive. He's my friend, though.
He's a very cool guy, too.
Very much. And he has a little boy that's almost the same age. And so so it turns out that when he was like 15, he came to see us in Milwaukee, and he brought Roger some weed, and he had this great story about how he discovered Atheist. And anyway, so when it came time, I was doing this song called Privilege, and I was like, Jeff will do a solo. So I literally texted him while I was in the middle of writing, and I was like, hey man, would you throw down a solo? And he was like, yeah. Looking back on it now and realizing just at the level he is, he didn't have to do that shit. He could have been like, yeah, well, give me $500 or whatever. Never asked me a question, man. It took him maybe 36 hours. He sent me back an incredible solo. And Steve DiGiorgio, the same thing. I was like, hey man, will you play bass on the track? And he was like, yeah, fucking just, and I look back on it now, I'm so grateful to those guys for, and John Longstreth played drums on a song. And then,
Steve DiGiorgio is also a really cool guy.
Yeah, man. Just and we have a long history that sort of coincides with each other, but me and him had never really actually been, in a lot of contact up until that point. Now, since then, we've become friends, but we also have a kindred liking for the history of things. And so anyway, I was able to put together, live musicians to recreate what I had done demo wise, and that's the album. So a lot of really great performances from a lot of my friends, and it was just this collective. Everybody just kind of put in, and it's Scott Burns was really a key part of me feeling confident enough. And there's another guy named Gunnar Sauerman who was my publicist for Jupiter at Season of Mist. And Gunnar is a super duper black metal guy. And people out there will know him. He writes for Metal Hammer. He's a quintessential black metal fucking enthusiast. And when he when he was given the duties to handle my press day, like when you do a record, you have like 2 days worth of nonstop interviews for like 8-10 hours a day, and he was the guy that was putting that together for me for that album. And so I knew, because he told me immediately, he was like, I have to tell you that I don't like Atheist. It is not my thing, and I do not like it. He's German, so that's my horrible German accent. But he was so forthright about it, and I respected that. I was like, fucking awesome. I love people that are real. Don't try to pretend like you like my fucking band. So when it came time for, when I was listening to these songs that I had written, I was like, I don't know what it is, like part Atheist, but I'm there's like this Alice in Chains vibe in there, because I've never been really influenced by Alice in Chains. I just kind of sang that way at the same time that Alice in Chains came out, only I didn't have that success. So Neurotica had a lot of those kinds of vocals, the band that I had in the 90s, in the early 2000s. So I was combining these. It was a complete hybrid. So I was like, I'm going to send it to him because he'll have no problem telling me that it's garbage. And the first song I sent him, his enthusiasm just lit me on fire. He was like, I don't know what this is, but I know that people will line up to fucking hear it, And I was like, what? Really? I was like, fucking okay. So then I go back to my little drawing board that night and wrote another song, sent it to him, and he was like, oh, this is fucking great, Kelly. This is Kelly. Because the first few songs I wrote had kind of like my voice, my style of singing is very not intentionally, but it's used in black metal a lot. Very high, witchy kind of vocals. I've never been into the black metal scene at all. I've only heard what I've heard just around. I never dove into the black metal scene, but I get why people were comparing. People like he was like, I don't know, it has a black metal vibe, but it's got complexity, and it's got and you're singing harmonies over blast beats, and these weird things that aren't supposed to happen, musically. And that was the exciting thing about it. And then when Scott Burns and me reconnected, we hadn't talked for, I don't know, 20 years. And we had a mutual friend who's a photographer named Tim Hubbard, who kind of reconnected us. And we got on the phone and had this great conversation, talked about the old days and and Cynic and Death, and just all those relationships. And at the end of the conversation, I was like, hey man, I have these, I've been writing these songs, like, because of COVID and everything. I was like, would you listen to them? And he was so disappointed. Because we had such a great conversation, and he's so brutally honest that he didn't tell me this until later, but that he was like, oh, fuck. Now I got to tell Kelly his fucking music's terrible. You know what I mean? Like he had no choice but to be like, if this music, okay, yes, I'll listen to it. And I sent it to him, and he was, the next day, I'll just never forget that phone call. He was like, what? How did you do this? Like, where are you in a studio? And I'm like, no, can you fucking believe that I'm on this laptop? I'm fucking making this on. And so anyway, we just got excited with each other. And then I was like, will you help me produce this record? And he hadn't done a record in a long, long time. And he just, told me that he was like, I never got to go out on my own terms, I never got to go out on something that I really believed in. And he really believed in me, and he believed in these songs. And Till the Dirt is another band, much like Atheist in a way. I feel like it's going to take 10 years from now. I might not be here anymore. So, at that point, you'll be in your early 50s. And, I think that people will get Till the Dirt, and they'll look back on it after I'm gone, which sucks, because I would love for this record to be appreciated, because it's a fucking sick record, man. There's so many it's so different than anything else, for better or for worse. It's just different, and just all kinds of rule breaking musically, things that just aren't supposed to go together, and the amount of talent that I was able to assemble to play on, to play the stuff that I wrote, and then I got to play guitar on it for the first time since '93, my first time, so all these things were really important to me and Scott. And so when it came out, because there was no new Atheist record, I think a lot of people were like, oh, fuck, where's the new Atheist? And that's all people really wanted to talk about. And so it was kind of disheartening a little bit. But I've come to terms with it it came out in August 2023. And, so I look back on it now, and slowly but surely there are people like writing me like, hey, where did this come? Like, a lot of people just didn't know about it, Nuclear Blasts. We did the record deal with Nuclear Blast, and I really thought that Monty Connor also rolled up his sleeves and really helped me with the mixes on the record when we had it remixed. We took my demos and all the new performances of what I had written and went to a real studio and mixed it with Ryan Vincent. Shout out to Ryan Vincent. And so I really felt like, man, this is going to be great. I got Scott Burns, I got Monty Connor, I got Loomis, I got DiGiorgio. Cool. I got this weird ass fucking album full of songs. And everybody, it's a tough business, man, because it's like giving birth to a child, and then you say, look at my baby, and everybody goes, oh, what a fucked up nose. Well, I really thought it was going to have black hair, not blonde hair. Everybody's got fucking something to say, and it hurts, man. It's like, oh man, these songs are like my children, like fucking relax, man. I took a beating from people just because people only want to hear you in one light. If they're into you, then they're like, I only want to hear you in that setting. And if you're not going to be in that setting, then I'm not going to be into you for this setting. That hurts, man, as a musician, to not be allowed to do that different shit.
Oh man, so, you got to ignore the voices and you got to do your own thing.
I did.
Yeah, you did.
I did, but it still hurts.
And there will be,
I put it out there.
There will be other voices that will be positive. You don't have to get an approval from each and every one of them. You can.
No, you're absolutely right. And honestly, I'm just being really introspective with you and letting you know that, it did bother me. It does bother me that people just didn't even bother to look at the qualities of the record. And maybe I get it. I tried to put myself in their shoes and say, well, why don't I like British Lion? Steve, is that Steve Harris's new band, right? British, yeah. Why don't I like them? I'm sure they're a fucking great band, but I don't even want to hear it. I only want to hear Iron Maiden. So I'm guilty of it as well. You know what I mean? It's just, but it sucks to be on the wrong end of it. But I think again that I hope that people will look back on this record 15 years from now and be like, oh, that was fucking super weird and very unique. And I feel like it's the best vocals that I've ever done in my whole life. Like there's so many different vocal styles on that record and one of the greatest stories about it, I've told it in a couple magazines. So anybody that's heard the story, I apologize. But the difference in writing for me was all the Atheist stuff was written while I was smoking weed. So that's a different mindset, and it opens different doors in your mind. When I was stuck at home with COVID, I had never drank alcohol at home ever. And it was always a social thing. If I go out and I'll have a couple drinks, but never ever when I drink at home. Well, I was stuck at home, for a long time. So I was like, so I got me a bottle of Jägermeister and I've never written music while drinking either. So that was that whole Till the Dirt record is an experiment of the doors that opened in my brain, not from marijuana, but from alcohol. And it made me, and maybe people can relate with this, because when you drink and you're out, you feel stronger than you are. You feel taller than you are. You feel, like, I don't know about you, but I've started fights with people that would have destroyed me, but I felt like, fuck you, buddy. You know what I mean? Like, you feel the strength that you shouldn't probably have. Well, that translated to music. So I would try things vocally that I would talk myself out of in any other setting. Like if I was going to go, all right, I'm going to do this shrieking vocal thing over this part, but the pothead writer in me would have been like, I don't know. But the alcohol guy was like, let's fight the whole bar, and so I just didn't have any rules, and it was an unbridled sort of experiment for me, and really super third person, because I mean it happened so fast. and all those songs were written in a very short period of time, and now I can just sit and listen to it, and I'm just grateful to Nuclear Blast and to all the guys that played on it that we managed to capture it. Now it's forever now, you know what I mean, as opposed to just you know, as musicians you write songs, and you know, I've written hundreds of songs that'll never see the light of day.
Yeah.
But I was just so happy that this experiment of me doing Jaeger bombs at fucking home and playing guitar and you know, and singing with my little boy sitting, you know, just 10 feet away watching Paw Patrol. So I've told people that if you ever were to isolate the tracks on this album, all the vocal tracks that I did on that, I didn't redo. I don't think I might have redone a couple of little things, but all those are vocal tracks that I did at like 2:30 in the morning after about 7 shots. Like they were just, I was a different person. So I captured those moments, and I didn't want to change them because I felt like, you know, the me that was not in that headspace will sing it differently, and I'll fuck it all up. So I left all those vocal performances as they were. So, and I like the imperfectness of things, you know what I mean? I like mistakes. Mistakes are, I think that people are going to gravitate towards mistakes as time goes on because of AI and because of the way things are now, where everything is so perfect. And you know, and sometimes it's the flaws that are the interesting things, you know. And I listen to that record and I hear tons of flaws, but I also hear, like, you know, those flaws have a special place in my heart. So I hope that people will go back and listen to that record. I mean, like I said, it didn't come out that long ago, just 18 months ago, but I get it. I get why people just, all they want to hear is, you know, well, when's the new Atheist record going to come? And
not necessarily. Then, you know, I mean, you know, I got to be honest with you here. I didn't know your side projects and everything. I started studying, you know, this week and everything, and I discovered everything. I was blown away. I was like, holy shit, this guy was even, you know, auditioning for Velvet Revolver. I was like, what? So then I listened to Neurotica and everything, and I discovered you're a multi-layered guy. You like to create. You like to put your soul in it, and you like to channelize it in different channels, and which is very nice, man. And it was all, you know, I'm not trying to compliment you, but it was all good stuff. Neurotica was amazing. Till the Dirt was amazing. It's something different, and correct me if I'm wrong, from what I know is that Till the Dirt was actually the work that you did over there was originally intended to be the new Atheist stuff, but Scott Burns and Steve DiGiorgio actually told you it should be something different. I read this somewhere. No,
that's not true. No, that is very not true.
All right.
This is 100% quite the contrary, really. Burns was like, you know, this is so different, and you know, this, but you know, fans of Atheist should hear your, you know, because I wrote a lot of guitar stuff in the Atheist stuff, and sometimes people see you as the singer and they don't realize that you were playing guitar as well. I played guitar and sang for a lot of years until '93. When I was with Elements, I decided to just, you know, do vocals and not play guitar on stage. But no, I was definitely trying to find, you know, my peers, trying to get their opinions of things. And, you know, I remember sending it to Gene Hoglan, and I sent it to Gene, and he wrote me this great letter back. And he literally said, I don't know what the fuck this is, man, but keep doing it. Just keep writing, you know, keep writing like that. He was really excited. Same thing kind of Gunnar said. So I was getting these like similar things from people. So it was really never, definitely not about Atheist, because first of all, we would never have like blast beats in Atheist. We'd never have harmony vocals in Atheist. I would never do that. And one of the things while I was doing press for Till the Dirt was trying to explain to people that I have so much respect for Atheist that I would never, you know, some musicians like try to, oh, well, I'm going to take you know, I'm in this direction now, so I'm going to take my old band and try to make it like that. I know where Atheist belongs, and I know more than anybody how to keep it and maintain the integrity of the way that band sounds. And I appreciate the fact that people have stayed with us for so long. And so I have respect for that, and I would never fuck with that and try to throw in my, oh, I'm going to be fancy and throw in my harmony vocals on a fucking Atheist song. I just don't want to do it. So this created this outlet for me to have no rules. There was no precedent, you know. Till the Dirt was just like, well, whatever the fuck I want to do, you know. And there's a song called Who Awaits on this album that is like really indicative of the whole thing, because it's this, you know, it's very old school Alice in Chains vibe, but then it just goes into a blast beat of crazy sick vocals, and then back to that, and I was like, that I really thought people, and maybe they will in the future, would appreciate the dynamics of it. This that going from 2 to 12 to 6 to that's something that I've always really enjoyed in music. Because some bands, it just rolls along at 8 for the whole record. Every song is, oh, here comes that part. It's like very predictable, and so I've always just really tried to create art. Be it with Neurotica, the same thing. I was with a different group of guys, and that was a very difficult time because I remember we did the Ozfest tour in 2002 in Neurotica, and I thought that nobody remembered Atheist at that point. It was Jamie Josta from Hatebreed who rolled over to me one day on a golf cart. He was like, did you used to play in a band called Atheist? I was like, yeah, holy fuck, you remember Atheist? And he was like, yeah, dude, it was a great band. And then the bass player from a band called OTEP was the second guy to come to me and say, hey, what about Atheist? And so on that tour, I was like, oh, that's cool. Because I covered my tattoo. Like, I had an Atheist tattoo. It was the very first tattoo I ever got. So in my mind, the band was gone. It was over. People never got it. I was disappointed.
You were showing your tattoo, but I was in front. You got to show it again.
Oh no, I covered. Well, you can't hardly see it because it's fucking pixelated. But it was my first tattoo. It was Atheist, and so I covered it. I owned a tattoo shop, and I had this guy kind of create this tattoo around it. So that just goes to show you that in my mind, I was settled on the fact that no one's ever going to understand Atheist. And it really wasn't until, 2006 or 7 that we kind of realized, oh shit, there's this whole new generation of kids that have the internet. And they went back and discovered Atheist. And it wasn't until then that I realized, oh man, the value that music still had. And it still blows me away today, that we've been able to do this at this level, with material that's so old. And one of the great things about playing this music especially is that people that have listened to those records or even just discovered them, the production is the 90s, so it doesn't always sound it doesn't like view on liquid metal like Sirius radio. I don't know if you have satellite radio over there, but you can hear the difference in production between old school Atheist, Suffocation, Obituary, and then modern bands, and the level of production is just night and day. So one of the great things that's most fun for me is playing this old material on 21st century stages with great musical equipment, great PA systems, obviously using triggers for drums so you get the clarity of the bass drums. It made these songs come to life in a different way. So I really, as much as people hate people re-recording old records, I would love to re-record Unquestionable Presence. You know what I mean? I even though I know people would shun that, and I get it. I don't know that I'd want to hear them re-record Dark Side of the Moon. Not that ours is Dark Side of the Moon, but that's our Dark Side of the Moon. Unquestionable Presence is our quintessential record. And
Indeed.
So I don't know that I'd want to have, I don't know that I'd want to hear it re-recorded in 2025, but still, for my own personal, it bums me out to listen when I know it's possible. And I know what's possible with guitar sounds and technical things. So recording these days, it's just, man, and playing live, an old song like On They Slay, like I mentioned, and even Mineral, because Mineral was on Elements, which was the first digital record that we ever did. And that was in 1993. And the guy who did that was a guy named Mark Pinsky, who built Frank Zappa's studio, worked on engineered a lot of Zappa records. So we were so excited to be working with. That was the only reason that we ever left Scott Burns. And was just for the excitement of working with one of Zappa's guys. We thought, yes, this would be fucking amazing. And so that's how Elements was created with that guy. But the problem was he couldn't have been further from understanding the recording of guitars that are that distorted, and the multi layers of thickness that metal has compared to modern rock and the things that he had been accustomed to working with and engineering. So the production on that album is fuck. I wish we could also do that one over again, because it's just got moments that aren't as powerful as they should be. So live, when we play these songs like Fire and Mineral, and they really just take on a whole another level that, people hearing them for the first time are shocked to hear that those songs are 30 plus years old, because they still hold weight. It's cool.
But I appreciate how you're modest, man, and I'm saying this because you said you were surprised that people still remember Atheist. And it's like, come on,
Yeah.
again, I'm not trying to give you a compliment over here, but if I think, and that's a personal opinion. I don't know if people agree with me.
This
But
was
if,
in 2002, though. So 2002, that
still,
when I was on that tour,
doesn't
I
matter.
was very, I'm
Doesn't matter
serious. I
because
was
you
very
gave you a stigma, and if somebody asks me who do you consider the fathers of death metal, I would include Atheist, although they are more progressive, but I would include them with the following bands: Obituary, Morbid Angel, Death, D-Side, Cannibal Corpse, and Atheist. These six would be my, big name, my six big names that actually set the foundations of death metal the way we know it today. Some are more progressive, some are less, some are more raw. It doesn't matter. But I think that you guys, you're included in there. You left your stigma, so of course people would remember you even if you were inactive for a long time.
But I gotta be honest, man. I mean, it was not that way. It did not feel that way to me
To you.
back then. And, maybe in Europe it was different.
I know,
overall,
and I've read your story that you were, kind of like outcasts of the outcasts in the beginning.
100%.
Yeah.
100%.
Yeah. But
And
it
that
did
was,
resonate.
made it twice as fucking hard to make a dent. When you're already outside of an outsider's circle, and a lot of the tours that were available back then went to other bands. I mean, we even lost Tony Choi to Pestilence because we didn't have the money to keep Tony. When Roger died, 8 weeks later, we were in the studio recording Unquestionable Presence. And, one of the reasons why I have, this long going feud with Patrick Mameli from Pestilence is because, he heard the demos that we were doing. We were staying in the same hotel. They had just flown in. They were recording in one studio B. We were in studio A. He heard those demos and was like, and fired his bass player and sent him home and hired Tony Choi. And so, Tony Choi went in and did that record in 8 hours. He listened, played. It took him 8 weeks to barely pull off.
Forgive me as I don't
Roger's
remember.
bass.
Was it Testimony of the Ancients or which record was it?
Yeah, Testimony of the Ancients. Yep.
Yeah.
And so that's where me and Mameli sort of, because I was just like, look, man, we just lost my best friend and a really important guy. And we don't have the same budget that you have because they were, they just had more money. And we were big fans me and Roger were big fans of the first two Pestilence records with Martin. Like, I love those records, Consuming and Malice Maleficarum. I thought were just, we would listen to them all the time, on a regular basis. And so it hurt me that Mameli did that, and he was like not understanding, like, and Tony went to go live in Holland with him, and it's still at that time there was a small handful of people that could play those bass lines, and play them correctly. So it really fucked us all up with we weren't able to go and tour until we were able to find somebody. And it wasn't, we really wished that Tony had just stuck with us, but at that time, it was, again, they had more money than us and they could budget him going to Holland and yada yada. So, but anyway, we always got fucking shafted that way for tours, for things like that. People be like, oh, I don't know, what kind of music is that? People, every interview I would do back then, well, what do you call that? And be like, oh, that's fucking metal. It's and so eventually I started kind of saying, well, it's like brain metal. I would say brain metal. It's smart metal. And so that became a thing. They put the sticker on the album. It's Florida's brain metal. And it was, technical metal was not a word, until the Atheist came along. And then finally, one of the disheartening things about kind of being an older musician is that people don't know the pecking order and just how fucking lonely we were back then. Like, everybody else was really enjoying success. All the Roadrunner bands, Morbid Angel, Obituary, everybody was seeing all that. And we were, like I said, outsiders on that and felt like we belonged, but it was very difficult for us to. And we toured with Cannibal Corpse. It was so fucking hard because all people wanted to do was fucking mosh and slam dance, and we were stopping and changing, and we were changing so much that people were like, fuck you, like stick with one thing so we can mosh, and we were like, fuck that, like listen to what we're doing. So we battled with that at every show. There was never a band that we could play with that, like I said, Candlemass couldn't be more different. These super doomy band, which I fucking loved Candlemass, loved them still. And
when did you tour with them? When did you play with them?
They were the first guys to bring us to Sweden.
When
they
was
brought
that?
us over 1990.
Okay, with
1990
with Messiah Marcolin.
In 91 we did Messiah. Fucking man, I got some funny ass stories of touring with Messiah. Like what a character, what a voice too, and then I just, it was so cool that they brought us, because looking back on that just didn't make any sense at all. We could not have been more different. And then we had so much fun together that we ended up doing the US tour together, and that's when Roger died on that tour at the end of that. But so we just have those memories. And when I see those guys now, I see Leif and I talk to Messiah all the time on Facebook, and it's just nice to remember those times, because I really owe a lot to them. And Benediction is a band that also took a chance and brought us over in '93 after we did Elements, and brought us on tour. And we were just we were a mess, man. I mean, we were at Steve Flynn had left the band and gone back to college. Me and Rand definitely did not get along really well. He was a difficult guy to get along with. It was just, touring was very hostile, and the cultures are different. So American, like Benediction, were guys from Birmingham, where if they had a problem with anybody within their band, they would just punch each other in the face, and then it would be over with. We were like, we would fight, and they'd be like, fucking just, fucking fight, man. Just fight and get it done. What are you fucking yelling about? And so we learned so much from them, and I love those guys. I still stay in contact with them as well. But they were kind enough to bring us over to play in Europe, and again, they could have had anybody go out on tour with them, and they were kind enough to bring us out. So but we really had nowhere to go. There was no perfect tour for us until Cynic came along, and then Cynic, the early Cynic was much like us, but the latter Cynic started becoming fully jazz. Like they were like jazz with a tinge of metal, and we were metal with a tinge of jazz. So it was different philosophies, and it wasn't until years later that we were able to do that tour together. Just 2023, I think we did an American tour together, and it was a lot of fun. Just an evening where me and Paul Masvidal talked about how nice it was after all the years of because they went through the same shit. They toured with Cannibal Corpse, people throwing shit at them and yelling at them that they suck, and it was just tough. The Cannibal Corpse fans were like, all they wanted were blast beats and fucking gutturals, and they had no time for any fancy shit at all, and Cynic and Atheist were, there's a lot of fancy shit, so it was hard to get our point across. But on that tour that we got to do together, me and Paul just kind of wallowed in the idea of everybody that comes in this club tonight knows what they're in for. That's the first time that's ever happened with either of our bands, where you knew what you signed up for. You knew Cynic and Atheist. Don't be complaining about complexity and intricate song arrangements, or all these different things, because they knew what they were doing, and that was just never the case for either one of us back then. So anyway, it's a long-winded answer to that, but no, I mean, it's not even a matter of being humble. It's just kind of really the way it was. It was really tough, man. I mean, and so when those guys, when I was with Neurotica, also that, looking at that now, I remember feeling so inadequate, because all the bands that were on Ozfest were actually heavier than Neurotica. And I was always the guy that was in the heavy band. And all of a sudden I was in the band that wasn't as heavy as everybody else. And that was a weird fucking feeling as well. Like, so no matter where I go, man, I'm always on the fringe, and I never get invited to the ball, like properly. But I think, that's one of the greatest things about these days, as Atheist sits in its place in history now that nobody can take away. It's a nice place in my 50s to be like, finally we, nobody, I know that when I die 30 years from now, my son will be coming up on 40 years old, and someone's going to talk to him about Atheist. And that makes me so fucking happy. I mean, that's cool. I finally cemented some small piece of my art to last a lifetime, and so that's something that makes me really happy.
More than a lifetime, a few, I would
Yeah,
say.
yeah. I hope so, man. I hope, man.
Okay, I've got in the comments my very good friend from Rethymnon. It's a town next door to Heraklion where I live, here in Crete Island. Thodoris is his name, Theodore. He also has a metal show, From Metal to Eternity. I think you can see the parallelization over here. And he says, he actually challenges me to translate from Greek his expression to English, so I will try. He says the definition of progressive death metal, that especially with the first two, with their first two albums, they sent us and they keep sending us home without having done our homework. That's my effort to translate it, which means like fucking blown away, you know.
That's awesome.
Yeah. So let me have a look at the comments. Oh, sorry. We were also talking about Till the Dirt, and I wanted to ask you before, how do you feel with the final result of the album?
I feel good about it. I wish that I wish it had a little more of a natural drum sound, if I'm being honest. You know, the drums are very modern for my taste, you know, like, but it had to be that way. Like, to capture blast beats, I realized again, never used blast beats in my whole career ever, and kind of not frowned on them, but just knew that was something that other people did. There was many other drum beats that I was more interested in than blast beats with Atheist. So upon capturing that, you know, I didn't take into consideration that, you know, a blast beat is so fast that, you know, when you hit a normal snare drum, like in rock music, for people that aren't musicians, you know, you go pow, and it resonates for a minute. Well, there's no time for pow when you're blasting. It's pop, 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 pop. There's no time for that so you got to get in and get out. And so recording that was different than anything I'd ever been a part of. So in retrospect, I would have recorded the drums a little differently. But there's still a lot of things on there. I mean, there's some incredible drumming on there from a lot of different guys. And so I marvel in that, but that was very different for me. But otherwise, I really am super proud of the record. I mean, I feel like, I hope that it sees its light of day, for what I feel it offers, you know, which is just a hybrid of influences, that I've had over my, career. But those influences kind of came naturally, though, in a really, really organic way. So there's no moment that, I saw a lot of people compared. Anytime you do harmony vocals these days, it's like, oh, Alice in Chains. It's like, all right, yes, they're not the only people that. Their harmonies have been in Yes and fucking lots of different music, you know what I mean? So harmony vocals are not just exclusive to Alice in Chains, but that's what a lot of people would compare that to. And they were like, this is like a black metal Alice in Chains. And I was like, yeah, okay. If that helps you tell people about the music, then that's cool. However you want it, however it feels to you. But I don't think that like I was saying earlier, I'm not big on second guessing things. So it came out the way it came out. But now I've had a couple of years to reflect on it. When I go and listen to it, I'm really proud of it. It doesn't sound like me, though. Again, because of the way I created it. So I really listen to it from a very third person stance. Like, it sounds like somebody else to me, and I've never played those songs live. So that is a 100% studio record that was never, none of the people that played on that record were face to face ever. All that whole record was done through the mail, or through the internet. I would record and send it. I sent Jeff Loomis, like, here's the stems, as we call them, the tracks, and then he would play to that stem, send it back to me, and I would throw it into the session, and there it was. But we never laid eyes on each other ever, which is the first time I've ever made a record like that.
Not like the way that Individual Thought Patterns, for example, from Death was recorded.
Well, how was that recorded?
Well, everybody had to travel.
Sat in a room.
Sorry?
Oh.
Andy LaRocque, for example, flew all the way from Europe to the States. And as far as I know, they never met before. and he hadn't even tried the songs or anything, and he hadn't done his homework, shall I call it that way, and everybody was worried, how the hell are we going to do it? The studio is going on, the recordings are going on, are we going to have enough time? And Chuck at that time said, guys, just let the metal flow. And then we had this masterpiece, he went in there and he did his thing, so the old days, as you said before.
Yeah, well, and that's the great thing about accomplished musicians is, and that I've learned as well. Just and something I have to tip my hat to the younger generation of players. There was a time in the late '80s, early '90s when people would say, well, what do you want to hear out of music? And I always would say, God, just learn how to fucking play. Learn how to play.
Yeah.
And now, man, the kids have just taken it to a level that just well beyond my expectations.
Yeah,
that I ever thought.
The newer generations, they have a lot of what's the word? Talent,
Oh my God, yeah.
They just go with everything they do.
It's amazing.
Yeah,
it's amazing. And it's kind of it's exciting because I really wanted that, back in the times when we were creating our music and the things that we were trying to accomplish. It was always frustrating that people didn't find that intriguing, but you could, spit blood and fucking have an upside down cross and everybody was like, ah, we'd be like, okay, fuck, we just wrote Mother Man. It's a really fucking cool song and nobody thinks that that's as cool as the upside down cross. Well, all right, fuck, so it sucked, we were, and plus we didn't look like a metal band either. Like, Borivoy Kryn, who was a really important guy in the scheme of Atheist, he now is the owner of blabbermouth.net, which we all know is kind of the CNN of metal. Mm-hmm. And, he was really a guy that was just so important to us because he was as brutal and like he did reviews. He had a magazine called Violent Noise back then, and he fucking bashed everybody. But he also, if you got a good review from him, everybody in the underground knew that, all right, this must be really, really good. And he had something to say about everybody. And he, man, he loved us, but he kept us at a distance. Like I would call him on the phone and be like, hey, did you get that tape I sent? And he would literally be like, shut the fuck up, Shaefer. I got your fucking tape. I listened to it. It's fucking pretty good. It was always like that. It was always this, never like, wow, dude, this is amazing. It was always this, yeah, it's just fucking, your lyrics are fucking really good. And so we laugh about it now. We're in our 50s now, but he's a different guy than he was then. But he was a guy that really fed Monty Connor at Roadrunner, Deicide, Sepultura. He is literally, those bands I don't think have ever come about. I don't think Obituary would have got signed. I don't think any of those things would have happened without Borivoy. So shout out to Borivoy. He's kind of an unspoken hero in the grand scheme of this music that we all love that now has a 40-year history. And he now, people love to bash on blabbermouth.net, but he was smart about the way he did that. He's created a monster news organization within underground metal by himself, and so I can't say enough about him. And he's the guy that signed us. He got a job at this place called Three Cherries Records, and they had like Lena Horne, like old R&B acts, and it was a New York label. And he got a job there and somehow convinced that guy to start a fucking death metal label. And we were the first band that he signed. And he got $7,200 for us to make Piece of Time. And that's how it happened. And so without him, there would have been no Piece of Time or really no Atheist at all, because he was one of the few guys that kind of got it. There's a guy named Don Kay. He used to write for Kerrang back in the day. And I think he's still around. VR, shout out to Don Kay. But he, that's how I got it Possessed. I had a friend that owned a record store, and Possessed album came out. Was it called Eyes of Horror? Or what was the name of that record? The Gatefold Sleeve. What was it? And it had the song Death Metal on it.
I don't remember, because okay. Kill me, everybody. I wasn't listening to Possessed myself.
No, really? Oh my God. Possessed is very important. Jesus, The Exorcist.
I know.
So I, at the bottom of this, I had this guy's number, Don Kay, and I sent him one of our horrible demos, like a fucking terrible demo. Sent it to him, and the guy was kind enough to call me back and say, yeah, this is terrible. This is awful. He goes, you know, it's also kind of authentic. He goes, so I'm going to send it to my friend Bori, and so that's how we came in contact with him. And he's the one that put together the Raging Death compilation, which was only 2,000 copies. He's like, you know, you're not going to get any money, but I'll put 2 of your songs from your demo, 2 songs from Executioner, 2 songs from Sadist, and then the other bands that were on there never got signed or never went anywhere. But Sadist and Atheist and Obituary, which, you know, we were Ravage at the time and they were Executioner. We all got record deals out of that. Him doing that, taking our demos and pressing 2,000 copies of vinyl and getting it out there to people. And that was really kind of and then he got that job and got us the budget to do Piece of Time. So, and Scott Burns also, just can't say enough about how many records would not have been. Beneath the Remains never would have been made without Scott Burns. You know, I mean, he took it upon himself to. I mean, he flew to Brazil, and I think they got robbed on the first day, and of their gear, and all kinds of shit happened. So when he came back, and Max came back with him to Morrisound. Max was still early, kind of his English was still rough, you know, and you know, Portuguese is a really tough language. So Scott was like, "Hey man, can you write some lyrics for Max and come up?" You know, and so that's how I ended up writing "Stronger Than Hate" from Beneath the Remains, and kind of going up there and working with Max just to help him pronunciate some words, you know, because it was very wordy for Max, you know.
Amazing.
And I love Max. It was a great opportunity, but again, that's Scott Burns. That, you know, without Scott Burns, none of that happens. You know, none of that gets done. And Piece of Time, I mean, $7,200 for a studio that was $120 an hour. You know, time tick 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 tick, and you know, there's still mistakes on that record that I hear that we couldn't fix because Scott would come in before us, leave well after us on his own time, and he was just, you know, a punk rock kid who was working with, Tom and Jim Morris, who were working with, you know, Sabotage and bands that were much bigger. And he was doing his death metal stuff. Those guys were like Nasty Savage, you know, can't say enough about Nasty Savage, how important they were to all of us in Tampa. So all those things really matter. And I always want to shout them out all the time. And it sucks when you do a bunch of interviews, you know, because then people think, the same fucking story. Did you tell the same story? But you know, you never know who's out there listening for the first time. So I apologize if other people have heard these stories.
No, don't. We have the time. Nobody's chasing us. And I'm sure, I mean, a lot of your stories, you know, I haven't heard before. And I didn't remember, to be honest, that you wrote lyrics for Stronger Than Hate.
Yeah.
Yeah, amazing.
And actually, the the song Inner Self, came from a lyric that I wrote in another song that he didn't use. But Inner Self was not a word that was in Max's vocabulary. You know what I mean? It was like but he ended up using it. I know that, and not a lot of people know. I don't really tell that story very often, but Bori Boy knew it. Bori Boy was, again, a guy who was an underground tape trader on a level that nobody could understand. Like, he discovered all these bands, and he was an exciting guy to know. And he found Sepultura over there, and they were fucking huge over there in their own, but nobody knew about it in America. And so I remember when he first sent me, he was like, you know, check this band out. And man, I was like, wow, you know, I couldn't say enough about them, because they were playing well. They were playing, you know, they brought the level of musicianship up, and it was tight, and it had this kind of tribal vibe to it, and in a really kind of angrier thrash than, say, Metallica or Anthrax or whatever. It was like thrashy, but it was intense, and great drums and Max's vocals and everything. And so it was a great opportunity. And so you know, that was a long time ago. So there's still people that write me all the time, like, hey, I just saw your name on the fucking Beneath the Remains album. I'm like, yeah, cool. Yeah, Scott Burns, man.
It was also John Tardy and Glenn Benton who also participated with vocals, wasn't it, in Stronger Than Hate?
No, it was me and John Tardy, and
you and John Tardy,
and a guy from a band called Incubus before Incubus. So it was the very first Incubus, and I can't remember the guy's name, but yeah, we did gang vocals on that song at the end of it. So yeah, I forgot about that, actually. Now you remember that. I failed to tell that part of the story. Is if people go back and listen to Stronger Than Hate, you'll hear myself and John Tardy, and I feel bad that I don't remember the other guy's name, but Incubus. There ended up being another Incubus after that. well, now of course the mainstream Incubus, but there was one of the guys from Incubus ended up playing in Morbid Angel for a short time. Sterling, I think was his name.
Let me give me a second. I'll bring the. I've got it on a tape here. I want to read the name just for a second.
Wow. Okay.
Right, there it is. That's the one.
Yes, it is.
So let me see. We're gonna solve the mystery right now. So, I'm getting old. Those are some small letters, man. Okay, so Stronger Than Hate. Okay, Hungry, Slaves of Pain.
It's probably on the front. Actually, if you look on the credits on the front, I don't think it's in the lyrics, but it says guest appearances or something by. I think the guy's name was Lewis or something like that. I feel terrible. The guy's still with us in life. I don't know. Backup vocals by, I think it says.
There are the things produced by, okay, assistant, recorded, mixed by, mastered by, all songs written by, okay, hold on. Okay, all lyrics by Max Cavalera and Andreas Kisser except Stronger Than Hate by Kelly Shaefer. Background vocals on Stronger Than Hate by Kelly Shaefer from Atheist, John Tardy Obituary, Scott Latour, and Francis Howard from Incubus.
Okay. Shout out to those guys. I'm sorry, fellas. It's only been 35 fucking years.
Oh, man. So, time flies, right?
Hard to remember everybody, man. But those were fun times, man. Morrisound was such a cool hang back then because anytime somebody was making a record, especially bands from Europe that would come, because Tampa death metal was like Seattle, like the Seattle scene. So for modern people to kind of understand the magnitude of Tampa Bay death metal was so fucking global. Yeah. Everybody wanted to come to Morrisound Studios to record. That was the place to be, and we just happened to be there, while it was happening. And so many great bands. I mean, Malevolent Creation, Deicide, Morbid Angel, Atheist, Cynic, fucking, just the list goes on. I mean, that's a lot from one little area, and there's tons more. That Broken Hope, all kinds of different bands. So Seattle was much the same way. There was just like movement for a few years, and so anytime somebody was coming through and recording, especially from Europe, everybody would just pop in. And Monstrosity is another one, So I shout out to those guys. Morrisound is still around, but it's in a new building now. It's not the same one, but just some really invaluable memories from those times. Because that studio setting, I don't know. Do you play music?
Not really. I've been doing some piano myself 5 years and learning guitar for 1 year, then self-taught on bass guitar, but nothing really.
So there's like a smell that a studio has, like a fancy studio has.
Yeah, of course. I've been in bands as a vocalist, but
so it smells professional. I don't know. I don't know how to explain it. So anytime you're in the studio, it just, for me, I loved it.
Yeah, man. I know what you mean.
And I wish that, man, I can't imagine if I would have the technology of today with my reckless abandonment of being in my early 20s or even 18 to 22 and the ability to record this way. Oh my God, I would have had so many songs, but just the smell of a studio makes me want to create instantly. I just instantly want to record. You see the console and it's like so fancy, and especially for death metal kids, we were like, wow, fuck, this is amazing. And so any chance that we could get to get in there, and also at $100 an hour, that was money that we didn't have back then. So being able to go in and record Piece of Time was so exciting for us. I mean, we had a hotel room, one room, we all stayed in it, and we were excited to be there. And
got it right here. And it's sealed. Nice. I have it since, I don't know, 20 years or something. I never opened it.
Is that an Active Records one?
Yeah.
Holy shit.
It's sealed.
Yeah, man. There's some people that pay some money for that right there. Man.
I don't care.
Awesome. Holy shit. Well, I'm just saying, that's just rare that you. When did you get that?
I think I got it when I was a student in England, when I was studying university. I really don't remember, man. It was maybe sometime...
How did you know not to open it like that, though?
Sorry?
How did you know not to open it? Because, I mean, that makes it so much more valuable.
I already had the CD.
Okay.
So since I got it sealed, there was no reason to open it. Fuck it. I said, I'll keep it sealed, just for the collector's thing. And the funny thing is that this one, it even has the price tag that says £6.
Nice.
This
Back in the
case is
day.
empty. It was always empty cases, and you had to go with the empty case and then get the
And
CD.
then they'd give
or
you the
something.
CD.
Yeah.
That's fucking great. £6.
Yeah.
How old are you? You said you're 43?
Yeah, I'm 43. Yeah.
Yeah, so
Born in 81.
yeah, so you were like what, 8 or 9 years old when all that shit was kind of coming to be.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, I only started listening to metal when I was 13, 94.
how do you speak English so well?
Oh, thank you. I'm good with languages. I'm half German, so I grew up in a multilingual environment, learning both German and English. My mother used to have a school of foreign languages, and
Wow.
both her and the other teachers, they insisted on us on actually paying attention to the pronunciation and the accent. The accent. So I loved that. And then I studied 4 years in the UK, so maybe you get a little bit of a British accent over there.
No, you have an outstanding enunciation, and your English is great.
Oh, thank you, man. I try.
We as Americans, we barely are able to speak our own language.
Oh, I try to learn more. I'm learning a little bit of Japanese, and now I'm playing a little bit around, just messing around with Duolingo, trying to learn Italian, Swedish, French, and Spanish.
I wish I could speak Italian because that's a great language, man.
But you're not gonna learn it from Duolingo. You're gonna play some games. You're gonna learn some, fun stuff and everything, but that's about it. Just like music, it, man. Everything needs effort and it needs time, and the difficult thing in our lives is time management. So I really want to learn like 6 or 7 or 8 languages, but it takes so much time that I don't know how to distribute it.
It's also more difficult, than as a child, you're a sponge for language, as they say. Anyway,
true. As we grow, it's more difficult, but
it becomes more difficult. But so I always marvel at how well, and I feel embarrassed about my culture that there's so very few people that are even bilingual as Americans. It sucks. We're missing out on so much. So. But I wish that I had paid more attention to that when I was younger.
It's never too late to learn.
Man,
time
my brain
management.
is clogged, man.
That's the big challenge, time management.
Yeah.
So our friend Panayotis over here, he is asking a question. He says, "Good evening, Dimitris. If you want transfer a question to Kelly, what is the influence of jazz or jazz fusion on your music? I know that Mark Pinske, I don't know if I pronounced it correctly, the name, producer of the Elements album, was the engineer of a few 80s Frank Zappa albums, but you already had those references in the first 2 records as well." Thanks.
Yeah, so that was the guy I was talking to you about.
Yeah.
Mark Pinsky, who had built Zappa Studio. So for us, the confusion when we would tell in the early days when we said that we had a jazz influence, like I said, people thought of jazz as like old guy shit, like really old, but not the really well played shit. And so we had the ideology of the way that jazz musicians played, the improv nature of it, leading me back to where I was talking about not spending a lot of time writing a song, like just let it combust in that moment. And this is how we felt on this night or these 2 nights that we wrote the song, and then move on instead of going back and trying to fix it and change it. And, it just ends up being so different. So the philosophy of jazz was more an influence on us than the actual sound of jazz, so to speak. Although we used, Latin jazz a lot on Elements. Tony Troy had a really huge role in putting that together because, again, that was a short period of time that we wrote that record in. And so he was working with the drummer who was actually a drummer in a band for the late River Phoenix, the actor, and Joaquin Phoenix, who's now, an A-list actor. They were like, Joaquin was like a teenager when we were doing Elements, and we had a house in Gainesville. And so he used to come to our house and we would smoke weed and take mushrooms. And River was there as well. He just finished a movie, and he was like this very humble, unassuming guy, who was kind of like the Johnny Depp of his time. Really A-list actor, had done a lot of really great movies, and but couldn't have been a sweeter guy, and really humble and a great musician. And so when we were in Gainesville at the studio that Mark Pinsky was at, he was friends with all of them, and so they would come to the studio and bring fruit trays and yada yada. That's how we met them. And So I forget what the question was, how we got to this. Oh, Penske. So just that philosophy of jazz, just the idea of orchestrating, where I was saying earlier about everybody playing something different, but all meeting up at times. So they're swirling around musically, but every now and then, bam, everybody just hones in on one moment, and then everybody breaks away again. But it all is cohesive, and it all goes together, and lands in the same spot. So it's more about that than the actual tones of jazz, because if I were to say to somebody, yeah, listen to this band, they sound like a jazz band, I would immediately think of clean guitar tones, lightly played drums, brushes, shit like that. That's the first thing that would come to mind for me. So, but that was the influence, early on for us. Now, the reason we went to Mark Pinsky to answer his question was because he worked with Zappa, and we were like, Mark Pinsky, you're one of the people watching had mentioned why we had done jazz before Mark Pinsky, so we had that influence. But so we'd already had the influence, and then when we found out that we could work with Mark Pinsky and he had worked with Zappa, we decided, okay, maybe this would be better for our future. Right. And there was no disrespect to Scott Burns at all, but Scott at that point had been doing so many records. He was so known for guttural fucking heavy ass metal, and we were kind of we didn't really want to be that. We wanted to be something more than that. And so we thought maybe we should make this record with this guy. And so that's why we ended up going to to do that. So.
All right. Kelly, you still got time?
Yeah.
All right. Should we have a break again and we come back after 3 minutes?
I feel terrible. I can't imagine anybody could be interested to hear 2 hours and 40 minutes.
Oh, trust me, people are there. They actually press the heart the whole time, so I think they love the interview.
Cool. Well, thank you, everybody that did stick
guys.
around. I know people have shit to do.
We're going to have a 3 minutes break.
Have a smoke.
And don't go away. We'll be back. So see you all in 3 minutes. All right. Cheers. Thank you. Okay, everybody, we're back. Thank you for waiting for us. And yeah, so I was just talking with Kelly, and Kelly has something interesting to show us. So
It's the 35th anniversary of Piece of Time this year, 2025. We're going to be doing most of that album on a lot of the touring that we do this year. We're going to play most of the songs from that record, but Nuclear Blast just recently acquired our entire catalog, and they put out these splatter vinyl that I just can't say enough about. It makes me so. First of all, as a young kid, when we first got vinyl, the first time I ever got Piece of Time, I looked at the grooves on it, and I was like, oh, fuck, there's my grooves. We were just marveling at, you know what I mean? Because you grow up listening to albums and never imagine you're actually going to make one. And so Nuclear Blast made these. I don't know, can you see it?
killer.
Oh my God, it's fucking awesome.
Man,
And they did
amazing.
one for each of the albums. All the albums are splatter vinyl like this, but on this level, it's really, really good quality. And just can't say enough about the job that they did on that. So check those out for collectors. I mean, they're really worth having. They're beautiful and they sound great. And so those just came out on Nuclear Blast like last year officially. So and it's nice to have our records, all of them. That's another thing too. Distribution was a big deal back in the day. Where Piece of Time. We were done with Piece of Time in 1988. So like that album was written a long time before it gets credit for, so to speak. So when we signed our deal, it didn't come out so we signed a deal in Europe, and it was out over there for a year before it ever got released in America. So it sucked for us because people were like, well, I go to the record store, I can't find it. Back when there were record stores, like I can't find a record. And we were like, yeah, I know. So it was at every turn, Atheist was just always having a hard time. So, when you were talking about me being humble about it, I'm being honest about it, man. It sucked for us, So I was shocked that people remembered years later because of the trek that we had. So it's really, really nice at this point in my career to know that no matter where you are on Earth, you can find an Atheist album, and that's a good feeling,
Yeah. Vitamin Death, he says 35 years. Damn, piece of your time. Piece of our time really flew away, man. Great splatter vinyl, some Sauron vibe going there.
Yeah, Nuclear Blast, shout out to them. They did a great job, and I hope everybody will check those out. And all four of them are available, and they each individually have a lot of new liner notes and pictures, and it's worth having. If you're a fan of the band, So.
It was actually my next question with Nuclear Blast, and you also released Till the Dirt from through Nuclear Blast. So I was wondering, how do you feel with your collaboration with them?
Nuclear Blast, the biggest metal label on the planet. They've the people that work there are people, especially Monty Connor is a guy that was a Roadrunner for a lot of years. So all the early death metal stuff that came out of Roadrunner, Monty is the guy that was really instrumental in bringing that. So him being a Nuclear Blast was a big deal. Gunners, there's just a lot of guys. It was old school guys, which is what I really love about it. Guys that were there for the whole journey. And so what better staff of people, so to speak, to be able to handle and respect and distribute this music. So I feel like it's a good place for us to be, for the catalog to be. We've always wanted to have a label that had a global presence, and I think Nuclear Blast has proven to be, at least top 3 metal labels that we've ever seen. So it's nice to be in that setting, and so I encourage everybody to go and pick up the catalog. They did a really, really great job on it, and so yeah, we look forward to doing more business with them in the future. In whatever capacity. We're in a bit of a contractual mess right now that we're really trying to get out of, that I wish I could talk about, because it's just disgusting what's happening to us right now, and with the way the business is, is that sometimes, anybody that's old school like us, me, and will know that this all comes from such grassroots. It doesn't come from the corporate rock world. Things are done differently in the underground. And the idea of allowing litigation to prevent music fucking pisses me off. You know what I mean? Like, the music is, music needs to be presented and created. You don't tie up a creative band for 7 years over business.
Yeah,
You
but
know what I
what
mean?
can you
Like,
do? I mean, business is business. I mean, a record label has to make an income, and at the same time, everything, the whole landscape has changed so much,
yeah,
that
it's hard for labels.
yeah.
It's hard for labels, but I mean, at the same time, if you say you're going to do something and you agree to do something and you don't do that, and just because of the nature of the contractual agreement and in the different country that it may be in, it becomes difficult. It becomes a standoff. And if I could tell you the specifics, and eventually I will be able to tell this story, you'll see it'll make a lot more sense. What I'm saying right now is very vague, but we agreed to do something. Those ideals changed,
Yeah.
and we stood our ground, and here we are 7 years later, not being able to make a record because of that. And nobody has lost money, but we've lost time.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And as I mentioned before, at this point in my career, I don't have a lot of time to lose. So the only thing that's preventing a new Atheist record is business. And it's not because anybody's owed any money. It's not because we took advantage of somebody and cost anybody money. It's just pure pride. Some people just just want to hold things. I mean, I don't know what the reason is for them holding up, but to me, it's really disgusting, and it needs to come to an end. And we're working really hard with a couple of attorneys to get it resolved. But it should have never got to this level anyway. The true metal way of doing things is to not, you know what I mean? If you come to a disagreement with a metal band as a metal label, and you haven't spent any money, you're not out any money. Because listen, if we would have cost them money, then I would have said, okay, yeah, I get it. We need to do the record, but nobody's lost anything. We've just lost a lot of time that I'll never be able to get back. So, and all we really want to do is just make a new record, because I feel like it's really important for Atheist to make a new record right now. Just to show that this is, we're just not this legacy band, that goes out and plays all those old songs. You know what I mean? It's we're still very full of vigor and piss and vinegar. You know, I mean, the very, very much hungry, just in the same way that I was in the 80s. So my life is this. This is what I do and what I am, and to be prevented from making new statements is super fucking hard to deal with. And so I'm hoping to get past it. And if the guy's out there that knows who he is, that's listening to this, stop it. Just let us make music.
You know what, Kelly? Vitamin Death just wrote a comment, and he actually said exactly what I was gonna say. He says, "Underground really kept the metal scene going, especially in extreme metal. Unfortunately, there's one super band now. They're called YouTube. Making music is super hard." And I was gonna say that today is not like in the 90s.
No.
People will not collect records. People will for free listen music to YouTube, and it's so difficult for a band to make a living because a band can actually live only from gigs, merchandising and stuff like that.
T-shirts.
Yeah, T-shirts.
We're all professional T-shirt salesmen.
Yeah, T-shirts or
people should know that. Though.
Yeah.
When you buy a T-shirt from a band, you got to know that literally is. That's the greatest way you can help a band.
And can I say a comment here? Something that I remember back in 2001, I was in Holland for Bolt Thrower, and they had all of these T-shirts, and they were super fucking cheap, man. They were like 10 euros each or something like that. And I was like, how? Right. I asked Jo, the bassist. You remember her, and she says, well, actually, and Gavin, he said the same thing. He said, we don't care. We don't want to make money from that. We want, what we do is for our fans. I don't know how they made it, but everything was self-produced, and they just kept going.
When was this? Was this back in the day? You mean?
Yeah, 2001.
Yeah, entirely different landscape now.
Yeah.
The only way to make money now as a band, literally the only way, unless you're into the millions and millions of spins on Spotify, is to sell T-shirts or sell your records or vinyl at shows. And people coming to shows. Actually, people coming to shows just really pays for the ability for bands to be able to show up in their hometown. At the end of the day, the only way to come home with any money to bring to your family is if somebody buys a fucking T-shirt or a hat or a hoodie. And so every metal fan out there, please believe me when I tell you that when you buy that shirt, you are
Buy a
literally,
T-shirt, guys.
you're extending. Then it's the one aspect of the business that
It's the
the
fuel
industry,
for the van for the next venue.
it really is, and for the for the ability to leave your family
Yeah.
for a period of time to go and play for you.
Which is
And
also a sacrifice. It is.
sure, absolutely, 100%. Especially, you have to have a family or significant others that believe in you the same way that they're the only reason that I'm able to. Any of us are able to go out and do this. You got to have a steady home because you leave for 6 weeks and you come home and you're not guaranteed money. It's not like you're guaranteed like if you're a pop star. It's just so it when people are kind of wondering, well, I don't know if the merchandise, whether it goes to the band, it definitely goes to the fucking band, and it is really one of the final frontier of keeping live music alive, because everything else is just crazy expensive. I mean, a bus is anywhere from $7,000 to $10,000 a week, and you don't want your favorite band to be riding around in a van because that's the quickest way for your band to break up. I mean, I tell young bands that all the time, like, man, do everything you can to at least get a comfortable ride because nothing will fucking break your band up quicker than five stinky assholes in a van, riding through Europe. I mean, the tension gets high, the food is minimal, it's so hard. And so a bus allows for you at least the opportunity to climb in your bunk and be by yourself for a minute, and get that space that you need because, nobody lives their life like that with four other people hovering around them all the time, and everything you do, waking, sleeping, afternoon, lunch, dinner, fucking same four fucking guys around, and so if you got to ride in a van, now you all got to decide on the music that you're listening to. You got to decide, why didn't you take a shower this morning? You're stinking up the whole van. I don't want to have chicken. I want to have fucking Greek food. It's just all these things build up, build up, build up. And by the end of the tour, you're like, fuck you. I don't want to tour anymore. And I don't want to do that anymore. So I've when we came back and started touring again, sort of in the last 10 years, one of the things that I told managers was like, please don't mistake me wanting to be on a bus for me trying to be a rock star. I'm trying to prolong this situation, and I'm smart enough to recognize that this is what it takes. You've got to have some level of comfort, and it costs a lot of money to do that. So anyway, that leads back to the amount of money that bands are paid per show. That's why a lot of you see 4 and 6 bands on a bill, because everybody's got to kick in money. Everybody's got to kick in money to be able to do things comfortably. But in the beginning, I think it's a good idea to do a couple of van tours as a band because you really learn a lot about yourselves in that setting. But if you want to have any sort of longevity, it's a good idea to get a comfortable way of traveling. So funny story is the new guys in the band were getting ready to do South America for the first time. I've done it before, but they haven't. And I told them, I was like, so touring in South America is like really, really fucking hard. Even though you're on airplanes every day, you're flying to each show. There's no bus, there's no driving. You gotta play and you gotta tear down and talk to everybody, do your meet and greets and all that. And then it's like 2 a.m. You got to be at the airport at 6 a.m. to fly to the next country. So
you don't even have the luxury to sit down for a beer with your fans or something like that because you gotta sleep.
You gotta go.
You've got 2 hours to sleep, perhaps, or something like that.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And so that's why bands only do maybe 12 to 20 shows maximum in South America, because it's fucking grueling to be, in these airports. And airports don't give a shit about anybody. They just do things the way they do. So no matter how cool your band is or how nice you are to them, it sucks. Fucking airports suck. So at the end of a 10 or 12 show run in South America, you're kind of like, all right, I'm gonna fucking go and recharge, man, because if I have to get on another airplane, I'm gonna fucking and I get it. Young bands are probably like, I would do anything to fly to a show. I mean, I get that. I remember that. But so my wife, whenever I get ready to leave, I'm always like, oh, I fucking hate airports. She's like, I wish I was traveling to fucking, Japan and New Zealand. And I'm like, yeah, it sounds glamorous, but it's really not. It's only glamorous for that hour that you're on stage.
I
The rest of the
remember
song, you're like,
I recently watched an interview of a Greek musician. He's a great musician. I'm going to say his name as well, Bob Katsionis. He's been in a million different bands. He's very talented, and he's got his own shows and everything. And he said at some point that, I've done this stuff. I've been traveling all over the world and everything. But what happens with me is, I'm a creative guy, and I fucking hate touring because I have no time to create music. I have no time to sit down with my guitar or anything, with my instruments and start writing music. And I have to go into a fucking plane. You never know if you receive your instruments in one piece.
Yeah.
Maybe you have some delay or something, and you gotta get with your flip-flops on the stage and with a broken guitar or something, and find a guitar in the last minute or something, and then eat something, grab something to eat, go to sleep, and maybe you don't have enough time to sleep, go to the next flight, and fucking hell, I hate that. So I stopped doing that, and all I'm doing now is sitting home creating music. And I don't know, what do you think about that? That's his perception, obviously, but
no, he's 100% correct. It's just you really got to want to. It really has to be a labor of love. You really. I love also creating, being at home and creating. But these days, on a bus tour, you can create. Like if you're on a bus, but the airplane shit is garbage, because it's just unless you're Taylor Swift and you got your own fucking plane. You're not in any position to be creative at all, and you're just really, and you can't get angry in an airport. You can't, no matter how many times they fuck you around, you can't do anything about it. And I just don't like that feeling. But on a tour bus, I feel like I could sit in the back lounge of a tour bus and do the same thing that I did.
True,
right in
but regardless of tour bus or airplane, my question is, regardless of all the difficulty, this whole hard time and everything, don't you still find a little bit of, I don't know if it's the right word, we would say romance in Greek, the romantic part of it, the nice part, still, no matter how exhausting it is, don't you still find some happiness in traveling around, going from
100%.
playing? Yeah, there you go.
Oh, make no mistake.
Yeah,
like that's what I mean. It's a labor of love. Yes, I fucking hate getting on an airplane.
Labor of love.
But it is something that I couldn't live without. So I couldn't just stay at home and create, because there's nothing like that connection, because just playing music and getting the feedback. So yeah, 100%. I'll get on airplanes,
adrenaline on the stage. Yeah,
it's unstoppable. And it's just, I just appreciate it so much more now than I ever did. And I don't think I'll ever stop appreciating it, because it's just it's a magical thing to go out and create. First of all, not to get all complicated, but I've always marveled at, when you're making music, it's basically sound waves. You're sending out invisible sound waves to people, and it hits them, and then they fucking react, and then you react from their reaction, and it's this thing that just you can't like put a fucking tag on it. It's just this magic. It's magic. Yeah. It really is. I can, I remember being, on Ozfest and watching Ozzy. I got to watch him like 28 nights in a row, and it was just one of the most magical, amazing, being such a Sabbath fan and being able to tour with him for that long. Actually, I was more shows than that. But I always knew, like, I would stand side stage and watch out the crowd, and I knew when something was coming up, like what was going to happen. And in every city, the reaction would be very similar. Like a certain part in a song, especially like if they're playing a Sabbath song or something, it would be like, holy shit, people are going to immediately respond to that. And I just find so much joy in that connection that musicians and people that love music have. And so, yeah, all the travel and all the shitty food and all the the coldness and all, it pales in comparison to the actual time you're on stage and that magic thing that you get to share with people who appreciate these sound waves that you created, and without those people, those sound waves don't really mean a whole lot.
Exactly.
So it's really a partnership, and so being in a band that's been around for 35 years, fuck, man, that partnership is magic to me. I mean, I get to talk to so many different kinds of people that have been around since 1989 and their kids, the kids that are just discovered it in 2010, they all have different reasons for how they discovered it, and different reasons for why they stayed with us, and different reasons for why they're there at the show. And I will never ever take that for granted. And so that sort of trumps everything over, all the bad times. But there are, still, you're a human being. Nobody likes to be in a fucking airport, especially in El Salvador or fucking Nicaragua or Colombia, or like, especially as an American, it's like, oh fuck, I'm so out of my element here. I can't speak any language. Like, you would do great. You have a bunch of languages you can speak. I
know some swearings in Spanish, so they will get me around.
My Google Translator is my friend now on the road. Like, that is the greatest thing to ever be invented, because now I can take my phone and I can aim it at a sign that's in Japanese and it'll translate it to English for me. And I'm like, oh my God, this is amazing. And now I can say something to my phone in English to whatever language, wherever I'm at, and play it for the person, and they go, oh.
And pray it's not a wrong translation or something. Yeah.
Yeah, right. But it's been pretty dependable, man. Because that's one of the hardest things. It's just communication. It's one of the most essential things that you have as a human being. Yeah. So to not be able to communicate with an entire country is really, really hard. Brazil is very tough as well. Most of the world is so smart and able to speak 2 and 3 different languages, and I'm so grateful to the education of metal fans around the world who work very hard in their French to speak English to me, so I can understand them. And I always just feel terrible, and that I can't speak back to them in French or Spanish or anything. So I'm grateful to the people that taking the time to learn multiple languages, because to not be able to communicate is really kind of it's frustrating, But again, the music, though, that time you're on stage, doesn't matter what language. We're speaking the same language, you know what I mean? It's the language of metal, and the power of riffs, the power of music.
My friend Vitamin Death has hit again with another killer comment. He always makes fun comments, man. He says, seeing Atheist logo on a black plane would make airports more interesting. Taylor, give us one of your jets. Death metal needs it.
Hell yeah. I can't imagine being Taylor Swift. Can you imagine? Like, everywhere you go, 90,000 people show up. Like, she's a force of nature.
Unbelievable.
That's not my kind of music, but she's just...
No, true. Yeah, something that has an impact is obviously good, She's doing something
impact, good. Oh my God, and no matter where she goes on planet Earth.
Yeah.
There's 90,000 people and probably another 50,000 waiting outside that couldn't get in. When she lays in bed at night and lays her head on a pillow, I guarantee that she's just like, holy shit. How did I get here? How did this happen? And even on a small level, many times I lay my head in a tour bus after a great show and think, man, I'm so fucking lucky that I can say this last song is Piece of Time, and everybody goes, and it's like, I just want to bottle that and take it with me everywhere I go, because so many other aspects of your life aren't like that. It's, so understated, life is so understated a lot. So music makes it like so much fucking cooler, and especially, just different parts of the world. And we've never been to Japan, so I'm really looking forward to going there. But I have a pretty good feeling that I'm going to be super frustrated that I can't tell those people how much I appreciate them on stage. I clearly talk very fast, so I have to really like slow my shit down a lot in between songs. I have to go, thank you, and I've got to learn a little bit of, that's just I got to really figure that shit out, but I look forward to going there. Cheers.
Right, I'm trying to copy a question from a previous interview that I just remembered, and apologies to everybody for repeating questions, but I wanted to ask you this. Okay, I'm trying to become a little bit philosophical, so I'm gonna say sometimes, and I asked the exact same question with David Vincent on Thursday. We had him over here. So this is the question. Sometimes the line between paranoia and genius is not even thin. It's practically invisible, and many times I even think it's shifting to an extent that nobody can really define or identify it. Would you agree?
Absolutely. The the word genius and to yeah, I mean it's really subjective as well, isn't it? I mean,
Obviously.
you know, one person's genius is somebody else's, you know, nothing. So
Or
you
paranoia.
know, yeah. So I don't know about the paranoia. So rephrase that question again. Like the line between, say it again.
The line between paranoia and genius is not even
Oh,
thin. Yeah, it's practically invisible many times. I even think it's shifting to an extent that nobody can really define or identify it.
okay. Yes, 100%. So paranoia is kind of inherent in writing music. You
Yeah.
know, the paranoia you have about presenting a new song to somebody is this, even if it is genius, you know what I mean? Even if you feel like what you've done is on a level that's, you still feel that vulnerable paranoia of, oh, what if everybody hates it? At the same time, I don't care if anybody hates it. Um, you know, the the line there is definitely, I mean, I don't think people realize just how insecure a lot of musicians are. A lot of your favorite musicians
No, true.
that seem confident in everything they do and everything they say and every statement they make and every song they write. I you know, I beg to
I
differ
mean,
on
for
that.
example, you man, you've performed in front of thousands of people so many times, and even today, don't you feel a little bit of your heart pumping a
Terror.
little bit
Oh my God.
every time? You never get 100% used to it, do you?
Never.
I mean,
Never, never,
I'm
never.
doing these interviews, right? And I've got Kelly Shaefer over here from Atheist. So, and you can see I'm quite relaxed. You know, it all goes fine. You know, like meeting an old friend or something like that. And I really appreciate that, by the way, man. You
Oh,
know,
thanks, man.
but before each and every question, for the last few minutes, I get that little bit of a heart pump. You know, like you always get a little bit stressed. You know, it's always there, I think.
There is, and one of the things that I've done to alleviate my personal thing, you know, and you'd think that after all these years of performing that I wouldn't feel that, but there is literally not one show where I don't, when I hear the intro music playing, and I think, oh fuck, you know, and I'm always the last guy to go on stage, so the rest of the band goes out before me, and I'm standing back there going, fuck, 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 you know, you really have this terror, and the only thing that kind of helps me is just to have a couple of drinks. You know, if I have a couple of drinks, all of a sudden it's the great equalizer for me. Now everybody else has a different vice. Some people are like, oh, I don't drink, I don't smoke. When I'm on the road, I take care of myself, and I'm not that guy. You know, I'm the David Lee Roth of fucking death metal. I'm fucking, you know, I've got my bottle of Jaeger and I got my weed, and that's what helps me get through it. But it's those things that help me get through that
Yeah.
paranoia, that terror of, because, you know, who wouldn't be? I mean, think about it. When you were in school, if you had to get up and give a book report in front of 30 kids in your classroom, you're like, fuck. You think about it at night, you go to bed, you're like, oh God, Susie's going to think I'm an asshole, and Johnny's going to think I look ugly. And, you know, just all those human things that you think. Uh, Nothing that doesn't change for any performer. And I guarantee you, all the most successful artists out there are terrified before they go on
Mm.
stage. You know, and everybody finds a different way of dealing with it. For me, I don't even do sound check. Like I don't like to go out and go check, 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 test 1 2 1 2. No, I don't. I To me, I'm. It's like you're asking me to pretend to fight for a minute. Like when I go on stage, I'm like, I have to fight all these people so that we can have a good time. You know what I mean? I'm going to present this music that's really old, and there's a lot of really young people out here, and maybe they're going to think I'm some fucking old guy, you know, and maybe they think this music is old. So I always feel that. And then when I get the love back, it's such a great feeling, man, you know, and I just enjoy it so much. But, you know, every single show that I'll ever play, and if it was different, I don't know that I would enjoy it as much. I think that feeling that you get is kind of what keeps it new and fresh
Mm.
and interesting. Because if you do become, I mean, I guess it probably, somebody like Taylor Swift, again, not to keep mentioning her, but you know, she's just on a level right now that not a lot. She's on a Michael Jackson level right now. I guarantee that Michael Jackson was terrified every time he went on
Oh
stage.
yeah, I'm
I
sure.
think, you know, I mean,
I think he even
you
mentioned
almost,
it at some point.
I bet you that football players and sports people are the same way. They seem so confident on the field, but if you were to corner them before they're getting ready to hit the field, they probably are feeling terror on a level that average people would be like, why do you feel that? You're so, you're so talented at what you do. Everybody loves your voice, or everybody loves your playing, your football, whatever it is. But the person doesn't feel that, and I just think that that's a good human quality to have, that the ability to be humbled, to know that this is not to be taken for granted, and I always had that feeling, I don't think that'll ever go away, and I don't want it to go away, because it kind of gives the edge to what you're doing, but
Kelly
and David's I'm sorry to interrupt, but
go ahead.
David Vincent is an interesting guy to make that statement. Is that a statement he made?
Hold on. What part? What part?
The paranoia and genius. The line
he says. Well, is it a question? I said yes. Well, I just answered to the questions. He says, yeah. Well, I will agree.
Oh, okay.
Very straightforward, very single-worded, and everything. And then I asked him if you can bring perhaps an example or something of people you've met, and that actually it's difficult to distinguish where that line actually lies. And he brought Wagner as an example, and other personalities that I can't remember at the moment. But yeah, that's how it went on.
It's really interesting with me and David. When we were young, we definitely did not agree. We definitely there was a time where we were all fighting for that same piece of pizza. You know what I mean? And so when we were in our early 20s, it was very. And I just saw him in Milwaukee. We played in Milwaukee Metal Fest just a few months ago, and I walked into the hotel bar, and David was there, and he was like, Kelly, and it was like. I left that conversation just feeling like, man, I'm so glad that we finally got to be grown-ups and get past all of our things, that we were all trying to make our way, you know what I mean? And you do that as a young man, and so I'm grateful for my relationship with David Vincent now, because it definitely started off very rough, and it took a lot of years for us to be able to. He's a very I have a lot of admiration for his ability to be to not let everybody in.
Yeah.
Like, me and David are different. Like, I don't care who the fuck is standing outside the bus. I'm going to give you a hug, and we're going to fucking chat, and we're going to hang out. And I don't care who, like, David is more reserved. He's going to be very selective about, well, I'm not getting off the bus right now because there's a lot of people out there. It's not that he's an asshole. It's just that he is just a different kind of guy.
Exactly.
I love people.
From the impression I got, it was the first time I got to speak with him, and he was really straightforward. He was true in what he said. He was always very careful in his answers, very diplomatic in a good, positive way. So
he's a smart guy.
Yeah, smart guy, exactly.
Yeah,
and he knows what he's doing. He knows where he stands. So.
And he stands by it too. That's another thing that I admire, is that he's always been that way.
Yeah.
But the thing that allowed us to kind of connect in the latter years was I owned a club, and for a couple of years, a rock club, and he was married, I think, to Jen from the Jenny Torturers, and they're a Florida band, and so I booked them, and they came and played my club, and me and him. That was the first time post competitive, metal, everybody trying to get the best tour, all that. So it's just men from the same world able to talk, and I really was just it took me getting older to realize why. Like, for me, when I was on 70,000 Tons of Metal, Kronos was on the tour, was on the boat with us, and I was sitting in a seat, and I watched him be so fucking rude to some fan who asked him to sign something. So that's where I kind of, he was a fucking asshole. And I was just like, I don't care how, that, I just don't like that. I don't like you don't have to be an asshole. If you don't feel like, I can't imagine ever not wanting to sign something for somebody. To me, that never loses its luster. You're asking me to put my signature on something you purchased that I created? Fuck yeah, man. I got all day for you.
Small parenthesis. I gotta go inside again. We'll make another break of 3 minutes, and I want to talk about this. All right, so stay with us, everybody. We'll be back in 3 minutes.
Okay, bye.
Okay, everybody, we're back. Sorry, I sometimes have to make some.
Get yourself a drink.
Yeah. Which one
Cheers.
is? Yeah.
Everybody that's hanging with us for this whole
You gotta say
marathon
the
interview.
Greek way, yamas.
Yamas.
Yamas. There you go.
Very nice. Very nice.
Yeah, I get the
Yeah,
cameras.
but I wanted to conclude with my whole David conversation was.
Yeah.
It's a thing that's really important to me because, like I said in the beginning, you know, I didn't understand David. I didn't understand. I still, you know, struggle with. I admire people that are able to protect parts of themselves, you know, musically. Where I've always been this just fucking open book. Like
Same as me.
We're 4 out.
Same
we're
as
4
me.
hours into this
And my friends always, my good friends always judge me about that, and they say, "Dude, you gotta be a little bit more close. Don't open up yourself that much."
Travis from Cattle, who is brought us out on tour, was a big Atheist fan, and he's a guy I admire a lot. He's really, you know, a very smart guy and a great vocalist. And he's like, man, you got to keep shit closer to your vest. And I'm like, you know, I just don't roll like that. You know, I mean, I express my feelings, and if I, you know, I mean, I'm just that way. But I also admire the ability for other people to not do that.
Yeah,
you know,
exactly.
But when I was younger, I didn't appreciate that as much.
And you learn from these guys as well, so that you can keep a balance. You know.
Yeah, but one thing I will say is that there'll never be a day, and no matter how much I keep things close to my vest, that I'll ever deny somebody a little bit of time. You know, I mean, if somebody's standing outside the bus, and I see them standing outside the bus, I'm getting off the bus. I'm never going to be the guy that goes, fuck that. I don't want to fucking talk to that. Like, I do want to talk to that person.
Yeah,
I want to know. I want to know why they're fucking here. Why did you spend $30 to see my fucking band play? Like, why did you buy that shirt? You know, I mean,
maybe
really
that
want
guy
to know
spent
that.
those $30 and they don't have any. They can't even afford any spaghetti for the rest of the week or something. You don't know. But
100%, 100%.
They're the reason you're there, where you are. You know.
I will never forget that. And that's the in closing, that is the key thing to remember for me is that I know when people go, thank you for coming here, you know, thank you for coming to Northern Ireland. And I'm like, you don't understand. Like, the only reason we get to come here is because you bought a ticket. You know what I mean? That's the only reason that we get to come to Northern fucking Belfast. You know, when in my life will I ever get to go and play my music in Belfast, Northern Ireland? You know, it's all because of you guys. So I mean, fans really need to understand that when you support and you buy a ticket to a show, you know, you're a part of the process. You know, I mean,
Exactly.
You really are. It is.
You're the reason.
And that's the metal is that way more than anything, because it is very grassroots. You know, pop music, you know, mainstream shit like that. People go to shows and don't even know who the bands are. They're like, oh, whatever, I just want to hang out with my friends. But metal people go and fucking, they're honed in on what you're doing, and I'll just never get tired of that. I'll never, you know, I'll always appreciate anybody that takes 5 minutes to come over and you know, it's shocking to me sometimes. People will go, can we get a picture? And I'm like, yeah. Can I get a picture with you? Yeah, let's fucking, you know, let's take a picture. Of course. Like, I can't imagine ever going, sorry, you know, like, I don't feel like taking a picture right now. That's just never in my wheelhouse ever. So you know, and I don't ever want to lose that. And I kind of tell, you know, all the young people that anybody that'll ask, that'll listen, please don't forget where you come from. You know, please don't ever think for a second that this is how it's always going to be.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And you know, for a band like Atheist, we just spent so many years being the outcast that you know, that in the position that I'm in with this band now, it's all the years that I suffered are all being paid off now. You know what I mean? It's like paying on a house for 30 years, and you finally pay the house off, and the house is paid off, and you're living in it, and you appreciate that house so much more than you did when you were paying on it. Fucking, you know, you're paying tons of money and working hard to pay it. And now I'm at the point where the house is paid off, and I'm living on borrowed time, and I fucking love it. And I love anybody that, please don't ever think that you can't come up and say hello to me, because I want to say hello to you just as much as you want to say hello to me. I mean, I really do mean that. And it's my favorite part about playing music is just the different personalities. Some are fucking outrageous. Some are very introspective and brilliant. Some are stupid questions, you know what I mean? But I love it all. You know, I love it all because everybody's got they got their reason and their story, while you got to be part of their soundtrack, because that's what life really is. Life is a movie, and it's your movie, and you have your own soundtrack. and that soundtrack to your movie is very important. So if you get to talk to somebody that is a part of your soundtrack, and that person doesn't want to talk to you, I mean, that's happened to me on a number of occasions with, people always say like, don't, careful, with your heroes or whatever, careful meeting your heroes or people you admire, because they might not, give you the experience that you're seeking.
It happened to me.
Well, I think it's probably happened to me on a couple of occasions. Dave Mustaine was one back in the day. This is a funny story though. I had a friend who was the promoter of the Megadeth show. Dave was really fucked up drunk. Gar was shooting heroin. They were a mess, but they had just played amazingly. And nobody really, this is right after he left Metallica and came out with Killing Is My Business. And I love that fucking record. And so I went and I was backstage with a roadie and Dave Mustaine and myself, lit a joint. We start smoking it. So I hand it to Dave and he just looks at me. He doesn't take the joint, but he just looks at me. And he's really fucked up. And I'm thinking to myself, I can't believe he just played that amazing fucking show and you can't even barely stand up. He could barely stand up. And then I realized, I looked down at my shirt and I have a Metallica shirt on. That's why he was looking at me. He was drunk and he was like looking at me like, you fucking asshole. You know what I mean? And I love that story. I'll never forget that. Dirk is a friend of mine, their drummer, Dirk Verburen. I love him to death. He's such a great guy. I want so badly to meet Dave Mustaine again to tell him that story. And of course he's never going to remember it because he was fucking plastered. But I love that, that I couldn't understand why he was looking at me like I just insulted his family. And he wouldn't take the joint out of my fucking hand, and I was like, and it was this mixed, I'm young, I'm fucking 19 or 20 years old, and I'm like, fuck, and Metallica, of course. and so funny.
Yeah, man. All right. So, Kelly, you've written, you've made some art. You've written music about the elements of our world, but however, our world is still a tiny dust of grain in the cosmos, in the universe.
A grain on the beach of sand, yes.
Exactly. So I was wondering, are you fascinated perhaps by subjects such as astronomy and and stuff like that are it's a science that is trying to answer a question about where we actually are, about our presence, whether it is unquestionable or whether it is questionable?
Oh, of course. Yeah, I mean, I think everybody, with any introspection at all has, questions about how are we here? Why are we here? Why is this happening? Especially when bad things happen
or whether we are just an accident of the universe.
Well, I firmly believe that and I've said this to a number of people, that I feel like, the earth is never, when people say, oh, we're destroying the earth, we're really not destroying the earth, in my opinion. I think the planet is well intact. It's able to survive. It's us.
I agree.
We're kind of like a virus. We're almost like a flu or a common cold to earth. But we see ourselves as so much more important. But in the grand scheme of things, I don't know that we actually are. I think that we are literally just this temporary virus on a beautifully amazing planet where everything is so perfect. The way that nature works is just, to me, the most like there's no biblical God or any sort of religion that's ever going to compare to just the way that the earth sort of operates, the way nature operates, the way the rainforests are so essential to how everything is. And so that's where kind of elements came to play with me, was like, it was very difficult to write that album because I never had song titles before a song. I've always I'll write lyrics and then I come up with the song title from those lyrics. But Elements was the only album that I had predisposed sort of song titles. So I was like, how am I going to write what am I going to write about mineral? Like, anybody that writes lyrics can kind of maybe understand that. All right, so this song's going to be called Mineral, and here's the music. What the fuck am I going to write about mineral? Seriously, I mean, like, how much can you write about it? And so I just wrote it from the perspective of Earth. If Earth could speak and how it would feel about, how self-important we feel as human beings and how absolutely insignificant we are to the success of the life of the planet Earth. So I kind of played off of that, and then water,
How
air,
insignificant. You remind me the lyrics from Nevermore. Insignificant am I, but at the same time, this insignificance, from one point of view, is at the same time a huge significance because of its singularity, because of its, how tiny it is and how unique, I think.
Yeah, I mean, when you see somebody like Neil deGrasse Tyson,
Yeah.
who is an amazing mind, and when he explains things, it immediately makes me feel like just a tiny molecule of of this grand thing that Earth is, and people and humanity and animals. And I mean, when you think about 99% of all animals that have lived on this planet are extinct, that fucking blows my mind.
Yeah.
I mean, that's amazing to me. There's so much about nature that's so perfect, but so dangerous and so volatile. And
Fragile.
yeah, absolutely. And that's it's just endless lyrical content for me. Like, I can just dive into that subject and the idea of you know in humanity we feel like, oh, we're technical, like, Elon Musk thinks he's so fucking smart, and it's like, in the grand scheme of things, you could never create Earth. You know what I mean? You might have created SpaceX, and you created some technology, but it's such a small little branch on a tree of what's really going on, with this planet. And the whole global warming, and everybody like, well, we're going to destroy the planet. We're not destroying we're destroying our ability to live on the planet, is what we're doing. And
The planet will always
yeah,
heal itself.
always,
We're just a tiny
always.
fraction of time on it, so, and in
Really
our
tiny. Like,
perspective, yeah.
people never understand just how small of a
Yeah.
fraction we are, and so I always try to keep that in mind, and so for a lyricist, I find endless ways of explaining that. And Elements was a really fun. I was terrified of how I was going to sit down and write that, because that was completely the opposite way of me writing. But I look back on that now, and I'm proud of the fact that I feel like I was able to say things, almost speaking for the ocean, speaking for the air, to be able to write lyrics that I'm proud of, with that subject matter. And metal is like, it's really, really hard, because metal's metal. It's got to be grimy, and you know so to write those kinds of lyrics were, and honestly, I didn't think about it until years later, realizing that people, that this is definitely not the typical metal lyric fare. You know what I mean? Like, um, the song "Air," for instance, from Elements. The first part of that is, "The crosswinds of forever become me and place me on the porch of the breeze." Just that line right there is not very metal. It's like, I worried that, are people going to understand what I mean by that? Like, you know, I just have so much respect for nature and the way it works, and also, when this is a really difficult thing to kind of bring into the conversation, but when you think about racism and bigotry and things like that we as human beings have sort of created, if you think about how brutal nature is, like killing, for instance, taking something's life is, on a human level, sort of, it lands in a different place than it does for the planet.
Yeah.
So when you want, so I watched, so my daughter has autism. She's 19. She taught me so much about, growing up and being a daddy. And I saw this movie called Temple Grandin, who was, Temple Grandin was, she had autism in the 50s, when people didn't understand autism. And one of the things that was striking about that movie was, she was watching, kind of like a National Geographic thing, where cheetahs were killing, these gazelles, and the idea of that cheetah killing a gazelle was not bad to her, because she saw that as necessary.
Yeah.
It has to eat. The violence and the brutality of it is hard for human beings to take. Oh, it's terrible. They rip the throat out of that gazelle, but without it, that animal dies.
Yeah.
And so those things have to happen. So when they're put in place like that, it's fine. It's when you like, she actually became revolutionary in the cattle industry, um Temple Grandin. If you ever get a chance to watch the movie, it's an amazing story, and she worked at this cattle farm where they would lead cows into the slaughter.
Into
And
the
in the
cattle
process,
into the cattle decapitation process thing.
well, so the cattle are coming through, and before they even get to the point where their lives are going to be taken for the use of resources,
Yeah.
they were dying. They were stumbling over each other and getting trampled on. And she recognized with her autistic mind in the late 50s, early 60s that they're dying unnecessarily.
Yeah.
They shouldn't be dying. They're already headed to slaughter where they're gonna die for the use of this, but for them to die like that is not okay. And she revolutionized the way that cattle is brought to slaughter. And she crawled through the tracks of where the cows were going on their way, and beams of light and people throwing their clothing over the top of the rails of the tunnel that these cows were going through was what was distracting the cows just enough time for them to get trampled, for them to see that, stop for a second, and the other cows behind them would trample over them and kill them unnecessarily. And she created this new way of preventing that so that they didn't see any light or any clothing or any distractions. They just literally peacefully went on to their demise. But it was a much more humane sort of way for it to happen. And so anyway, that's how the cattle industry is carried out today, all because of her just recognizing that yes, life is brutal. Things happen that seem very barbaric in nature, but human beings we've made ourselves so self-important that we ignore things like that. We feel like, oh well, we deserve better. We deserve to not be killed. Or there's a lot of people that deserve to be killed. Not every fucking human being born deserves to fucking be alive. And that's something that human beings need to understand, that there's a lot of us, and not everybody deserves to fucking be here. And it's the same way with animals. And if there are too many animals in a certain place in Africa or whatever, then people starve. Animals starve, and resources are sort of less than. And so I kind of roll with that train of thought. Now that doesn't fit very well with religion, so I think that's another reason why I've been sort of outside of the religious scope of things, because where they feel like everybody, even unborn children, are important. No, it's just it's a fetus, at 6 weeks. It's not a fucking human being, so it's a risky conversation, but I mean, that's how I feel. Like, there's comes a certain point where it becomes a human being and an existing thing on this planet. But before that, I just don't carry the same amount of weight. Conception, the idea of birth at conception is a little weird to me. So I always sort of liken back to how nature works and how unforgiving it is, to watch a special about lions, like a pride of lions. And you see these lions and they're strong and they're majestic and they're beautiful and they're starving. There's only a certain, and if one of them gets hurt or falls behind the pack, they just fucking keep rolling and they keep on going. And that's barbaric. You think as a human being, you think, oh, it's terrible. But without that, everything would be different. The world would be different. Nature would be different. And so I think that, human beings have been
every creature plays its own role in the world. Yeah, absolutely.
And it has to be, and it's not all, it's not all happiness. There's a lot of sadness, in the course of the grand scheme of things. So anyway, Elements was a fun record to write because I initially, like I said, I was really scared of how I was going to approach that. But looking back on it now, it's some of my favorite lyrics that I've ever written, because again, it feels very third person to me. Where I just don't. It's not like I'm this environmentalist. You know what I mean? I smoke cigarettes. I drive a car that probably is polluting the air. You know what I mean? I'm not that guy. I'm not. But at the same time, I appreciate people that do try to preserve things. But you have to understand that the earth will be just fine.
Yeah.
The earth, and that was kind of the message of that whole record. That ended up being kind of the theme of it, is we're just guests here. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Very, very temporary guests. We think we're
indeed.
So fucking important. We have so much self-importance, but in the grand scheme of the life of Earth, we are very insignificant. Very much, like I said, a common cold or something. Very temporary. So.
Vitamin Death wrote another comment before, and he says, "Do you think we'll, as you mentioned your daughter before, he says, do you think we'll leave a better world for our children? You said your boy is 8, great age, full of curiosity."
No, I don't, and it's not our fault. I don't think there's. I worry so much about him because I'm not going to be here. I there's a song on the Till the Dirt record called "Watch You Grow Old," and it's about me being a sort of an older dad. I had children later in life, and I'm 56 now. He's 8, so I typically would be like at a grandpa age. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I have a 33-year-old son, and I have a 19-year-old daughter and an 8-year-old son. So I got it. So you know, I see how politics are in America, how the world is right now, and all this, and I think he's never going to really know how cool it was to grow up in the 70s and the 80s and have this appreciation for how things came to be. And I don't know, I don't know that. And again, I don't think it's us that's leaving the world for them. I think it's just the world that he's going to grow up in is one that I did not grow up in. So there's nothing I can do about it. I wish that I could be here to watch him grow old, so I could help him navigate the differences in living life in the 21st century compared to the 20th century. And so but at the same time, I think that he's going to have also these great conveniences that we didn't have, even musically. I can go back to music and creating art and
not only
information, education, information, things that are available to your brain if you seek
just a
them.
simple thing, we grew up having cars, for example. We even get frustrated if we have a delay with the airplane, and you're gonna be there in 1 hour while it would take you 2 years to get there. 50 years ago. So.
See, isn't that human nature though? Human nature is to constantly feel like, we're so burdened with the process of things and not recognizing how people in the 40s and 50s lived their life. Imagine the level of information available to us now as human beings is staggeringly different than it was in the 40s and 50s and even the 60s. So I think a lot of what he's going to grow up in when he gets to be my age and he looks back on these days, he's going to probably have mixed feelings about, because he's never going to really know what my life was like. But hopefully he'll look back and kind of see how it was for me to be a young man and to grow up being a musician and then to grow older and to kind of compare it to his life and appreciate it. Because there are people that are able to separate the differences, and appreciate the fact that, hey, listen, I feel really lucky to have the internet right now. I feel real lucky that if I need to know how to cook something, I can fucking boop, 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 and someone will show me exactly how to cook it. Like, that having that available is something that I think, is just indicative of how different it was back in the day. So yeah, I don't know. I wish I just, at the end of the day, I wish that I could live to be 100 so that I could see him grow old, and it would be kind of fun to watch him navigate those waters, of how what young people today think is like a burden is nothing compared to even you at 43. I mean, when you were young, it was the early 80s, right?
Yeah.
Or mid 80s. Yeah. The mid 80s compared to now, fucking night and day.
I did manage to get a grasp, as a kid. Not as a teenager or something like that, but still I did manage to get a grasp, and I do have very good memories from that, but totally different world.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. It is.
I'm always trying to avoid political questions. Vitamin Death has said it in a very funny way again. And he says, so I'm going to ask it if you want to answer it, but yeah, okay. So he says, any comment for Agent Orange? And in parentheses, he says, Donald Trump.
There's not a human being on this planet that I think is more disgusting than that guy. I mean, I think that as a human being, he's one of the worst people I've ever in my lifetime ever seen. Like, I've never seen a narcissist on a level. It's one thing if you want to be a narcissist for you and your life and your family. But when you start rubbing that orange shit all over everybody else around this country, it's he's not a good human being. You know what I mean? At the end of the day, it's not even about all of his policies and everything. He's just not a good person. And that's well beyond politics and everything. I like good people. I like kind people. I also, I don't have a problem with people showing animosities towards certain things and having anger and that. But he, in America, we've watched that guy. Like at 56, I've seen that guy be an asshole for fucking 40 years. He's always been an asshole. He's always only been concerned about himself. He's always had a inflated self-importance. Now he's making decisions for my children, and he's making, the books that they read in school, the history that they learn. He's now directly affecting the way that my children are going to grow up. So I got a fucking problem with that. And it's staggering to me to watch exactly 50% of this country that I live in completely disagree. Think that he is the second coming of Christ and he's for the people, he's this and that. I don't, it's the
people always get polarized.
But it has never been like this, my friend. I mean, in America, it is it's on a level that's, you can't, every time you walk into a room with 100 people, there's exactly 50 people that vehemently disagree with you about everything, be it religion or philosophy or people living their own lives or how people live their lives. And religion, one of the things that me and my mom is 80 years old now, and we talk every night. And, she's lived through the grand golden years of America, the 40s, the 50s, and the 60s. And, when people were decent, at least on the surface, maybe behind closed doors, they might not have been, she brought up an interesting thing that I never thought about. A lot of the women in the 50s wore skirts, a lot, dresses. And while you look at that as being pure, and she was trying to present herself in a womanly way, it was really about easy accessibility for men. So if a woman had a skirt on or a dress and they were easily accessible sexually, I never thought about that. But she brought that up to me, and she was like, my father made my mother wear dresses all the time. So when he felt the need, he could just pull up a fucking skirt, and it was, and I thought, oh my God, really? That was how it was in the 50s? And she's like, yeah, and so that fucking blew my mind that to hear that was the culture back then. Yeah. Whereas I saw that as, Leave It to Beaver. Oh, that's how women dressed back then, because they were conservative and they were not trying to show their kneecaps and they weren't trying to show their butts or whatever. And I saw that as such a different thing than what it actually was. So it like opened up this whole, it makes me look at history differently. And so, she's just blown away now by the level of hatred and bigotry, that she never saw. Like, racism was a big thing back obviously in the 50s and 60s. But I mean, now, I don't know what's going on in this. I don't know how it is in Greece. Like, is it a liberal? How is Greece like politically these days?
I think there's a lot of liberal over here. Greece is
are you conservative
liberal.
Or are you liberal?
Oh, I don't want to express myself in public. I'll avoid it.
But I need to. You want to ask me the question?
You're the one I'm interviewing.
Well, you put me on the spot because exactly 50% of the people that heard my answer just a minute ago now fucking hate me. They shut the interview off. That's how it is in this country. Like, oh, you're not for Trump? Then fuck you. And it's like, whoa, all right. Listen, there's a lot of comment. I don't.
I'll tell you very quickly. I cannot put myself in one side or the other, but I do find problems in both sides. Huge problems. I do too. Huge problems in both sides. I see from the liberal side, for example, trying to fight the imbalances from so many decades ago, but at the same time, I see them also. How can I say this? Going to the other side, going to the extreme. So I'm not a fan of political correctness, for example. I see it infiltrating in our lives in a way that is actually becoming totalitarian. So I'm very troubled as far as that is concerned.
Now, see, a lot of people would not get into the problem in America, for instance, is the conversation never gets that deep. It's like either you are far left or you're far right,
Yeah, I'm trying to
and that
avoid that. Hmm.
and that well, but that isn't the case. Like I sit on the fence, really. I mean, if people were to really pinpoint my political views, I mean, I don't like people in America sitting around because they're 580 pounds and they're fucking sticking Big Macs in their mouth and they're
Hmm.
collecting $3,000 a month to be a big fat piece of shit. You know, what I mean, that would be a very, for me to say what I just said is a very harsh thing, but that's how I feel. I feel like, I don't think that everybody should be taking care of you just because you had a ton of bad life decisions. So I agree with conservatives on that level. When it comes to, the liberal side, I believe that people should be allowed to express themselves and be who they are. If
Hmm.
somebody decides they're homosexual, then if that makes them happy and that brings them love, then I'm all for that. That has nothing to
Yeah,
do with me. It
exactly.
doesn't affect my life. So the idea that everybody in America feels like you're either here or you're here, and there's really a ton of us that are right here.
Yeah, it's
You know what
not
I mean?
black
And
or
so
white. There's also
no,
gray, and there's so many
it's mostly
different
gray,
shades of gray.
mostly,
And then
and
when you
it's
discover all the shades of gray, then you suddenly realize that there is color as well. So,
but when the political choices are very black and very white, then what are you as a voter to do? No
yeah.
matter what, you've got to vote for one or the other. And so
Mm,
then that leaves people to think that you must, agree with everything Donald Trump says. No, or you must agree with everything that Bernie Sanders, or fucking Hillary Clinton believes.
mm.
No, I don't. There's the middle is where I want to be. And the middle is where I think all societies should be. You've got to be willing to hear both sides. You can't just be like, I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear your side. I don't. But religion has created a problem in America for that, and something that's bothered me obviously since the '80s. I'm in a band called Atheist. A lot of lyrics about organized religion and organized thought.
Mm.
That's where I have a fucking problem. Where there's this organization of listen, see all the people that agree with me. Everybody here agrees with my philosophy, so I'm right. I don't subscribe to that philosophy. I don't care how many people agree with you. You're fucking wrong. I mean, and I will stand here by myself on this side of the fence and say you're fucking wrong, and I'll be proud to stand on my side of the fence about certain things, but not about
Mm.
everything. And so this is the problem in America: is you're either here or here, and that's just not working. It's not working for laws and for people living together and sort of harmony and trying to help each other be successful as human beings. And it's never been more evident than now. Like, obviously we're just days out of an American election where, a guy that's a 34 time, I mean, he's been convicted by a jury of his peers, it's just embarrassing, as an American. It's not the America that I sort of subscribe to, but there's this fake machismo in America right now. This, oh, we're fucking masculine. This is masculinity. We're bringing back, true masculinity. And I just don't see it that way. I don't see, that kind of hate against people that are different than you as being masculine, what I mean? But it is really, really, really bad. I live in Florida, which is a very, very red conservative state. And everywhere I see people driving around with trucks with Trump flags, and I think he's a 78-year-old man who was never a great human being, and now he's the human being that's in charge of all of us human beings in America. So I can't help but have a problem with that because the facts are readily available for everybody to read. But the problem in America is that most 50% of people only listen to him or his True Social or that media, Fox Media, and the television station,
Yeah.
and then
Media is media. Yeah. Mm.
liberals are like just as bad, but on the other side. And so my thing is just to try to find my way to sit in the middle comfortably and explain that that I agree with a lot of Republicans on a lot of things, and I agree with a lot of Democrats on a lot of things, and that's where people need to get back to the middle, and I think that, and I don't know that's going to happen anytime soon, but that's where I'm at. I mean, man, you know, I have I have a lot of feelings that aren't just left to black and white. It really
Yeah.
is. about exploring the gray. And you know, and my mom, you know, I believe that religion has a huge role in why it is this way. Um, it's a very unrealistic idea to demand that people live their life by a Bible, but only cherry pick certain things in the Bible.
Yeah.
You know, you can't do that. You can't ask people to fucking live their life by something and then, you know, cherry pick the things that are good and then like, oh, sweep everything else under the rug. The Bible is not a book that I want my children. I don't. If somebody touches, you know, pork on a Sunday, or you know, I mean, that's, you know, they should be killed, or people should be stoned over, you know, certain, like there's a lot of, you know, things that happened back then that people, you know, people still didn't even understand, you know, technology and possibilities, science, for instance. For people to choose ideology over science fucking irritates me, because no matter how many times you put flame to gasoline, it will always combust. It will always be fired. You can count on that. Science you can count on, but you can't count on belief. Well, I believe that the gas won't ignite if you put the fire to it. I believe you're fucking wrong. If I take a lighter and I light gasoline, it will every single time fucking catch on fire. And, you know, science is science. And, you know, people choose to believe science when they're sick and they go in the hospital and the doctor goes, listen, you have cancer and here's what we're going to have to do to get rid of your cancer. People go, okay. They don't question it. They'll go, well, I don't know. You know, I don't know. You know, my Republican friends said that, you know, this cancer is bullshit and this is fake news. Okay, well, then you're going to fucking die. All right. If you don't do anything at all, you have cancer and you're going to die. Yeah. So, you know, at some point you've got to accept things that just are actually real. And that's the big problem in America right now, is that nobody knows what's real news anymore. So people just don't believe anything unless it fits with their ideology. And so I find myself really, really frustrated. And I tell my mom, you know, she's 80 and I'm like, Mom, I love you. Just, you know, enjoy the time that you're here. You know, you lived in the golden age of America, you know, and don't get yourself so upset over what's happening right now in politics, you know, because we, like I said, we talk every night, and I try to just get her off the ledge because she gets so upset, and she's like, I can't believe that, you know, homeless people are expected to, what are they, you know, in Florida right now, you're not even allowed to sleep on a bench or on a street or anywhere. You're not allowed to do any of that. Well, you're not presenting a solution. You're just saying, we don't want to see this, and so what? You're going to put everybody in jail?
Yeah.
And we're gonna, you know, I mean, like, not everybody that's homeless deserves to be homeless. You know, I mean, some people have had
nobody deserves to be homeless, but
right. Well, you know, some people
they had the wrong choices in life or whatever. But
yeah, but still, everybody should have a place to lay their head, man. And you know, I just think that you can't just generalize about groups of people like that, and you can't say that somebody can't sleep on a bench and tell them, and they say, well, where should I sleep? I don't know. You can't just say I don't know. You've got to come up with some other things to help alleviate problems, and that's not what's happening in American politics. Their problems are not being solved. It's religion has woven its way into politics, where, you know, church and state in America used to be a separation. You know, it's as it should be, and now those lines are very blurred, and they're trying to put the Constitution, or not the Constitution, with the Ten Commandments in American schools, in American classrooms. Now, if you're a Muslim, or if you're Jewish, I mean, whatever religion, whatever denomination you are, you're not going to agree with the Christian sort of philosophy of religion. But Christians and Catholics in America are the ones dictating what they feel like should be in our schools: prayer in school, biblical references in school.
Yeah, but can I interrupt you here?
Yeah.
I was trying not to expand politically, but you got me there. So my question is, and what annoys me is that when I say my opinion sometimes, and okay, I will admit it, the more I grow, yes, I do actually adopt some more conservative, you know, opinions because of my experiences. And when I see today, it annoys me when people will call you instantly a fascist or this or that. You know, they will instantly put a label over you. They will not try to understand what you're saying and why you're saying it. When how can I say this? My intention is actually good. My intention is always for the good of the people, but people will not understand it because they're over there with their ideologies. So my question is, you say that these people are, and I'm not religious. For example, they dictate their conservative opinions, their religious opinions, or this or that. But at the same time, I see political correctness going into a field where what's happening in America, and you know it better than we do. We get political correctness getting the result of giving hormones to young kids and putting a lot of propaganda in their head that you were born in the wrong body, for example, so you have to have a transition or something like that, when kids should be left alone, in my humble opinion, to grow up, and when they're 18 they can do what they like. It's okay, you want to dress like this, okay, yeah, fine. Is this your nature? Fine. But drastic changes to your body and your the way you are, this should be left outside. When they're 18 in our country, 21 in your country, when they're considered adults, I think they should be able to take their own opinions and not to force it down their throats and make
100%.
them believe, that.
No, we agree. We agree on that. I don't think that anybody pre-18.
Some libertarians would call me a fascist just by saying this, and
That's ridiculous.
I have some arguments, man.
No, I mean the same reason that kids that are 12 shouldn't be fucking downing vodka every night. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
There's certain things that happen that just, you're not developed enough to make decisions like that for yourself. And so I 100% believe that, but I don't also believe that schools are teaching that. I have young children in school. There's nowhere in school, in the curriculum, or anywhere.
I've seen videos, but I don't know if they are propaganda, of course. That
I mean, I gotta believe that the most of it is because like I said, I just raised my daughter, so I went through the school years with her. Now my son, we're going through the school years with him. Not one time have I ever seen anything about sexuality in any of the curriculum or any on the walls, or so. I believe that conservatives are really like leaning into this, like you're trying to turn our kids into, you're trying to say that they can be transgender when they're in 3rd grade. That's not true. But you also can't eliminate sexual education from kids that are, once you start puberty at 12 years old or 13 years old, to not teach kids about STDs and pregnancy.
Yes, but what about the curriculum? Is it about STDs and pregnancy, or is it more going into the propaganda field? That's what I'm wondering. I don't know.
Well, no, I think that for religious, for the religious right, they think that goes against their ideologies of how they believe.
I mean, the curriculum I have seen both in the States and in Cyprus and in Greece. It's coming over here. They're teaching about the 115 or 107 different genders, which is something that, at least in my country, we consider it as ridiculous. But
yeah, because I mean, I lean back to the science. Science is science. Like, you know what I mean? You can't just make your own science up. So I definitely, and maybe somebody watching right now will be offended, but listen, I support everybody's sexual identity when they get to the point where they've developed enough to be in a position to make the proper decision for that. 3rd grade is not that position. Yeah. 2nd grade, 3rd grade, kids shouldn't be thinking about any of that shit right there. And I don't think that that's being taught in American schools, but I do think that American politicians on the right are trying to say that that is what's happening. But they'll also be willing to take food away from kids that are starving. Free lunches in America. Kids shouldn't starve to death. Like, there's plenty of food for everybody to eat. More food is wasted in America than is probably consumed. And the idea of kids being shamed because they don't have enough money to buy school lunches, but they want to put their Christian ideology on the walls of every classroom. Not everybody believes in their religion. Not everybody subscribes to their beliefs.
I grew up in a school where the cross was always there, in an Orthodox country. So
I don't think that should be the case. You know what I mean?
I agree.
And so it's a deep, but the problem in America, for instance, is that nobody gets in between the lines. It's either here or here. You don't get into this conversation, and the dialogue doesn't happen enough. It's like, this is what we believe, and if you don't believe it, then fuck off. And that's where we are in American politics right now, more so than ever in the last few days, where they're just, they're just going through and just saying, listen, God is what, this country was built on. And it's like, no, that's not, you can't just deny science. I mean, a guy like Anthony Fauci, who is a a renowned fucking doctor for 40 years who was really instrumental in preventing AIDS from infecting everybody, and really infectious diseases. He's been a quietly behind the scenes guy that's been brilliant, smart, and celebrated in his field. Now all of a sudden, this fucking asshole snake oil salesman from New York, who's cheated on all of his fucking wives and committed tons of bankruptcies and done all this shit. He's the guy that's gonna ruin this man who spent 45 years in a lab fucking doing good things with science, and that guy is gonna be, everyone is gonna believe the fucking New York real estate fucking failure, or the guy who actually understands science. And so I struggle with that, because there's a lot of those aspects of politics that are now in play in America more than ever. And so this country's never been more divided than it is right now. But I'll just end this conversation by saying that, all the people out there that are fucking snubbing their nose at me right now and they're angry, just please know that we probably have a lot more in common than you would imagine. We can't possibly, in this short conversation, even though it's a 4-hour thing, get into the ins and outs and the specifics of everything. But people should just understand that at bare minimum, people's religious beliefs should not be imposed upon other people. You have the ability to believe whatever you believe to make your life better. You know what I mean? I don't, I love people. I'm not a Christian or a Catholic, or I've never been to church. I don't like any of that. But I'm still a good person. I still love people. I still love good people. I still respect good people, and I still hate shitty people. And you know what I mean? And I think that that's a healthy way to be. Not everybody deserves to be loved and respected.
Totally agree.
It's like we were talking about the animals. Not all animals deserve to live forever. All gazelles can't live forever. There has to be a cheetah that's going to pull its throat out. And it's brutal and it sucks, but that's what keeps everything moving along. And you can't just expect an entire world to subscribe to your beliefs. So when they start like mixing that into my, to my young child's life, he should have an opportunity. I don't believe that kids should ever be born into a religion. Like a lot of families, like when you're born into that family, you're born into Catholic, you're born into Christian, you're born in whatever that family is. You're going to church. You're not giving them an opportunity to ever find their own place. It's just and a lot of times you send your daughter to Catholic school, and how does, we all know the story about Catholic girls. You know what I mean? Catholic girls, Frank Zappa had a song called Catholic Girls. Because you kept so much from them, they ended up being the biggest sluts ever. They ended up being the worst people because you kept them from so much. You told them, no, you can't do this, you can't do this. And they want to do it so much worse that they end up being that. They end up being the opposite of what you were intending. And so, listen, life is hard, man. We only get like 60 or 70 years on this planet. And you try to do the best thing you can do. And at the end of the day, I love people. I love art. I love, music. I love food. I love smells. I love taste. I love
the positive things, the beautiful things in life, man. That's exactly,
all the in-betweens are it's always fun to watch a car ride down the road that's really fast, but if you actually dig into the motor and find out how it went fast, I'm not really interested in all that as much as I am in the idea of, I just want to be a good person as much as I can. I'm not going to give everybody the benefit of the doubt just because God says so. Everybody should be forgiven, and you know what I mean? I just don't subscribe to that. But it's an endless conversation that will never, be far beyond our years.
I tried to make a small parenthesis here from Vitamin's death comment, and we already took an hour talking on it. But yeah, we could talk even for another 8 hours or something like that.
Vitamin D is angry right now. Yeah. It's your fault. You brought it up.
Well, thank you for the parentheses, and I'll stop it here, this part. Okay, quick question, because I do have a million questions and we could go forever, but you still okay with time? We just keep it a little bit more?
Yeah, a little bit more. I gotta get some.
All right, going back to music, I wanted to ask you, as you cooperated with Jeff Loomis, I just wanted to ask you about what do you think about his comeback with Nevermore?
I'm all for it.
You're all for it.
I mean, absolutely, 100%. He, a lot of times when a singer is removed from the band, or even guitar player, like with Pantera, like it's not fair to tell the rest of the guy. They also put time and energy into that, you know, and it sucks that a part of that equation is not possible to be a part of it anymore. But you can't expect other people that partook in the art, in the creation of it, to just be like, oh well, you know, atheist is a great example. There are many people out there that believe, well, you know, you shouldn't, you know, it should only be that lineup. And no, you know, I mean, it's art. It's he deserves to do that just as much as, and you know, and nobody else, more importantly, nobody else has any right to tell him not to. You know what I mean? It's
Exactly.
something that he was a part of creating. You weren't a part of it. You're just somebody who is telling him that he can't do that anymore because you don't fucking agree with it. Like, no, man, I'm all for it. And I'm happy for him. And I think that, you know, Crimson Glory are really good friends of mine. Those guys live here in town. And, you know, their singer, are you familiar with that band? Crimson Glory?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, yeah. So, you know, their singer Midnight was a very good friend of mine, and we all grew up together, and we practiced in the same place. And so I watched them before they were signed, and they got signed to Atlantic and all that. Midnight, their singer, was an incredible vocalist, just, you know, unreplaceable, you know, just.
Indeed.
But these days, there are people that have appreciated that music so much that there are guys that come really fucking close. So if you never got to experience Crimson Glory, and they've gone out, you got to trust the other musicians just the same way you trusted them to pick the band that they made the classic records with. You got to trust the creators. And you know, the guys in Crimson Glory, the band themselves, were the creators just as much as Midnight was. You know, and he passed because of alcoholism, and so they're expected to not continue with their art because, you know, he wasn't able to endure the process. I have a problem with that. You know, I mean, I don't think that Roger Patterson would have any problem with Atheist continuing on, because you and I are still talking about Roger Patterson. Like, he's been gone off the earth for 30, almost 35 years, and we're still talking about him like he's here. That, as a human being, I would feel like is a really important thing. You know, you want to make something that lasts beyond the years that you're here. And so I'm all for Jeff doing that. Good luck, buddy.
Cool. All right. And these are some of the typical questions, like albums interesting albums that you listened to in 2024.
Sleep Token.
Okay.
Fucking love Sleep Token, man. I know it's an unpopular thing to say, but I think that Sleep Token is brilliant, and I think that they, you know, I like. There's a lot of different things I like. Who else am I really hearing? Sometimes I like a song, but not entirely a band. You know what I mean? I like moments that people have artistically, but not necessarily their whole body of work. But Sleep Token was one. I just felt like that singer, the lyrics especially, are fucking amazing. Like, you know, and a lot of people don't really listen to lyrics, unfortunately, as much as they should. But if anybody takes the time to kind of check out the catalog of Sleep Token and go back and listen to the lyrics, that guy is brilliant. You know, Vessel is, you know, I'm drawn to people like that are polarizing. You know, a lot of people are like, you know, I saw the guy from Slaughter to Prevail sort of making fun of them listening to the song for the first time. I thought, you know, the same thing could be said about you, buddy. You look like you're fucking shitting on the stage when you do that same little move where you like yell at the crowd without the microphone, and like, you know, it's good for you, you know, but that's your thing. But you're also like saying, well, I thought that Sleep Token would be much heavier. That's not what they're trying to do. They have very heavy moments. You and Slaughter to Prevail are like Alex Terrible's an amazing vocalist. He's him and guys like Will Ramos. I feel like I tip my hat to those guys. They have created a different kind of vocal that lends itself, that comes from death metal. They should, you know, they should give more credit to where they come from. And I say that about Slipknot as well. Slipknot and Korn, all those bands that achieved tremendous success owe a lot to fucking death metal and extreme metal. But never, ever do they bring bands like us out on the road, you know? Slipknot will go out with fucking, you know, Breaking Benjamin or some bullshit, you know. I mean, it has nothing to do with where they came from, like. And so that bothers me. But I love, you know, I love moments from all these bands. I feel like, you know, the internet has created these little snapshots of people's music, you know. So every now and then I hear something. I love hip hop, man. I love, you know, there's some really interesting hip hop shit that's out now, and I love you know, Billie Eilish.
Hmm.
Billie Eilish is fucking brilliant to me. I think she's amazing, and I fucking love her, the sound of her voice, and I love the connection that she has with her brother and the songs they write. So, people might not expect that out of a guy like me, but I really like that a lot. I love Amy Winehouse. Amy Winehouse is tremendous.
Yeah.
A lot of what I really listen to is outside of metal, just because I'm surrounded by metal all the time.
Hmm.
But one of the newest bands that I really like is Vitriol.
Okay.
I feel like Vitriol is we did a tour with them, and there's something special about them, man. There's something about them that's really, really interesting, and I feel like they're going to be around for a while. Kyle's this main guy in the band is he's an interesting guy. He's having a hard time keeping band members because he's so fucking full of energy. It's hard for probably a lot of people to take, but I found a lot of really and just things that are different and that I feel like is powerful. Also, this is an older band now, but we in 2007 played a festival with Gojira, and the first time I heard Gojira, I was like, oh my god, they're amazing. They're definitely gonna be something, and now they are, and I just couldn't
Indeed.
be more proud of them. A fucking amazing band, and they don't get enough credit, and
Hmm.
so I don't know, it's hard because if I saw a list of bands, it would be easier for me to trigger the memory of everything. But I just like good music, man. I like things that are well played, things that are emotional, things that are angry. I love all that for different reasons. Like a song like Ocean Eyes from Billie Eilish is not a song that any metalhead will ever listen to and appreciate. But I listen to that and I think, that girl was 16 years old. She was Fiona Apple. I fucking love Fiona Apple. She's an incredible artist that just faded away because she didn't agree with the industry, and so her music is still there. And if you go back and listen to those Fiona Apple records and the lyrics and the timing and the musicianship in that band, you wouldn't think that most people have only heard like maybe one or two songs from her, but you listen to the whole, all of her albums. She's brilliant. So, and I with metal, I think that some of the newest metal that I really it's hard because like I think what is Greg's new band from Dillinger? Uh, do you know who I'm talking about? Shit, what are they called? Greg from Dillinger Escape Plan has a new band called oh it's a really weird name,
I
but
wouldn't
it's
know it.
really it's like a super group too. It's like done with a bunch of different guys, and but I think that really offers something new and different. I heard the other day a band called Malevolence.
Okay.
You know who that is?
No.
They were kind of doing some interesting shit. But one of the things that bothers me a little bit is everybody's just. It's really hard to be heavy in 440 tuning, standard tuning,
Mm-hmm.
which is something that Atheist stays at. Like we don't tune down or play 8 strings or 7 strings or any of that. It's kind of easy to be heavy when you're playing an 8 string guitar and you're only playing the bottom 2 strings. You know what I mean? I would love to see the sort of modern generation take 8 string guitars and explore the other 6 strings. Not just the bottom ones. This
Yeah.
breakdown
Yeah.
thing. This breakdown thing is bothering me a little bit. Like I get it why everybody's like, oh, I fucking love a nasty breakdown, the blah, and all that. Like I get it, but I mean, now what? Now what? You can't like create breakdowns that aren't just on one string. Like, how about that?
Hmm.
Like, how about arpeggiate and fucking make things more interesting in a breakdown? Because everybody's done the breakdown now, where it's just the super slow drum and the gum 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 gum. Okay, now what? Like everybody's done that now. Now create something a little more interesting, and I don't really see that happening. So the whole breakdown thing is fucking annoying to me a little
Hmm.
bit right now, if I'm being honest. But at the same time, certain people fucking do it really really well, and I appreciate it. Even as stupid as I mean, I don't know. Forgive me. Like, I don't know the name of the band, but they call it like porncore or whatever. Where there's some girl singer that and she does breakdowns in a different way. And even though most people may not like it, I just appreciated that she took it upon herself as a female vocalist to incorporate that into something almost a sexual nature into a breakdown of a typically male dominated field. She had the balls, for lack of a better word, to do that. And so I like people that do that. I like artists that aren't afraid you know, to do shit. And there's a lot of them out there, and I tip my hat to all of them. You know, and just as an artist, you know, you should always be daring. You know, in closing, that's my only philosophy is I love all kinds of different things, all different kinds of music. I love, you know, I hate country music, but I love a lot of country artists, you know, old country artists. But overall, I hate country music. Can't stand it. It drives me fucking nuts. But I love Roy Clark and Chet Atkins and fucking Waylon Jennings, and I like that. I like that kind of shit. You know.
Have
So
you
there are
checked out
elements
David
of it.
Vincent's country project?
Yeah, 100%. He fucking, you know, he's built for that. You know, and so many people give him so much shit about that, but I fucking think it's great.
I
I
love
think
it.
it's authentic.
Yeah, it
You know,
is.
and he's unapologetic about it, and I fucking respect that. You know,
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
that's what more people need to do. We were talking about what, you know, you were telling me, like, don't worry about what other people think.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
That's the key, is to not worry about what other people think. You know, and I think we all are better at it than some are better at it than others, but you know, we all try to do that. But it's, you know, that in itself is a challenge in life. You know, to try to do things that are different. You know, so.
Kelly, my friend George Stormbringer Panayotopoulos, it's all Greek to you, I know.
Not a Greek name, is it?
He wanted me to ask you about Randy Berkey. Are you guys in contact?
No, not anymore.
Okay.
It's a difficult thing. He's a brilliant guitar player, and just I can't say enough about his contribution to Atheist. Very, very important. Upside down guitar player. Just I've never met another guitar player that plays like him, and I probably never will. But as people, we could not be more different. And he's a very combative individual, and he finds a difficulty in getting along with pretty much everybody he comes in contact with. But I can never take anything away from him musically, but I have zero interest in being in his orbit anymore. You know what I mean? And yes, that's where I'm at with that.
Cool. And can you tell us about your connection with AC/DC's Brian Johnson? I know he helped you out find a management deal when proceeding with Seed with Neurotica, right? So he also produced the album, I think.
Yeah, he actually produced the album. We were playing in a real small club, and he lives in the same town that I do, Sarasota, Florida. And he just wandered in one night while Neurotica was playing, and heard the music, bought us a round of beers, and we gave him a demo. And a couple days later, we got a phone call from one of his friends and said, you know, Brian wants you to come in the studio with him and hear some of the songs. So we went in, and long story short, he ended up loving it and produced our first album, and got the ball rolling for us for that band. And has been just a really great friend. I mean, I haven't seen him in a lot of years now. It's been about 10 years since I've seen him last. But in the time, you know, from 1998 to 2002, we shared a lot of time together, and you know, he filled me with so much joy. And when I auditioned for Velvet Revolver, like, he called Slash, and you know, and said, hey, you know, this is my boy. But Slash had already, like, I'd already sent my Neurotica record to Slash, and he called me on the phone and said, hey, you know, me and Duff just listened to this record, and why isn't this band still together? And I was like, yeah, we just broke up. And he's like, okay, well, I'm going to send you 3 songs and just write some lyrics to it and send it back. And then once I sent it back, they called me and said, come to LA and let's work out together. And that's when Brian called him and said, hey, just to let you know, this is a good dude. And so Brian's always just, you know, he's a guy that I try to model myself after. This is a guy that will always talk to anybody. Just a really nice man, just really appreciative of where he is. Even after all the years of being in AC/DC, he still feels like the new guy. He still feels like a guest in that band, which is stunning to me. You know, and that's how he really feels. Because I've sat in his home and drank scotch with him and smoked weed and talked about music. So that's
amazing.
With just me and him, with nobody else around, you know. And that's how he really feels. He still feels very lucky to be in that band. He's been in the band for 40 fucking years. So it's like, you know, I mean, like, he just, you know, I always think about him and how he's kept it real for so many years. And I want to be remembered that way as well. And so, yeah, that was a really fun time in my life where I got to, not only like doing vocals in the studio with him behind the mixing board. It was really, for a death metal kid, you know, that was really outside of the box of what I thought would ever happen to me. And yeah, I just can't thank him enough for seeing that. Like, he knew nothing about Atheist. He still knows nothing about Atheist, like, which is really funny to me. And neither did the Velvet Revolver guys. Like, I did not mention that shit to them at all because I thought that would lose me the gig, you know, because they, you know, you never know. And when you say your band is called Atheist, some people are like, oh, fuck that. You know, I don't need to get into all that, you know. And so I never ever mentioned that shit. But yeah, I love that guy. He's a genuine human, like a really good human being. Like, people should know that about Brian. Like, and you can tell, like, when you see him on TV and stuff like that, you can tell he's a jolly guy, but he really is cool, man. Just you know, he's a guy that never took for granted those stadium tours and all, you know, all the success that AC/DC's had. And man, what a life he's had. Just going to his house and looking at pictures of him and John Belushi and him and Arnold Schwarzenegger and him and fucking everybody. You know what I mean? Like, this guy is, you know, he went through the late 70s, early 80s, and on into the 90s, just being the king, you know.
Yeah,
and
man.
AC/DC is pretty hard to fuck with, you know.
Yeah.
You can, you know, they're just kind of, everybody inadvertently has love for AC/DC, and it's really hard to, as a band, just be that authentic, you know. So I can't say enough about him.
Gigs that you remember as a fan that blew your mind away, something that you will never forget, like the best gigs as a fan you've been to.
Defenders of the Faith, Judas Priest was an amazing tour.
Did you listen to their new stuff?
Yeah, man, that blows my fucking mind. I just saw a video of Rob Halford trying to get up steps. He has a cane, and then just dawned on me that he's 70 fucking 70 or something, like, and we played with him. I mean, we had a dressing room right next to Judas Priest, which for me was just ridiculous. I could never have imagined as a kid that I would ever get a dressing room next to Judas Priest at Hellfest. And I watched them play, and I was just like, God damn, you know, I can't imagine having to get out at 68 to 70 years old and sing Victim of Changes. To know, talk about terrified, to know that you got to walk out on stage and try to hit those fucking notes from when you were, you know, in your 30s, like, you know. And man. And also, I love Rob Halford. Just, I've never met him personally, but I want to, because I love him to death. He's just such a treasure, and a humble treasure at that. You know, like a guy that's lent his love to young bands, that was important. Maiden, those early Maiden gigs were very important to me. Triumph, a band from Canada. That I saw when I was a kid, was one of the greatest shows I ever saw. They were a three-piece, kind of like Rush. I fucking love Triumph, man. Great guitar player, great bass player, like really, really good songs. Those concert experiences were really, really cool for me. You know, in modern days, you know, some of the most impressive shit I've ever seen is Gojira, definitely live, pretty fucking monumental. I mean, those guys, that music lends itself to a live setting, and you know, I just like shit that's played well. You know, concerts that where it's not a bunch of backing tracks and say, you know, where people are out there on the wire, walking the wire, and, you know, in danger of falling off that wire. I like to watch shows like that where I know how hard it is to play the music and they still pull it off. I love that shit. I never got to see Rush though, ironically.
Rush
was one of the bands. Yeah, I love Rush so much. You know, we all have, it's so important to us, but I never got to see them live. I've seen enough video to recognize how fucking amazing it must have been. But so yeah, those kinds of, you know, I'm definitely more interested in musicianship kind of performances as opposed to trendy, you know, like bands that
Rush,
you know,
are from Canada,
along.
right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
And Triumph was very similar. But also from Canada, and they were a three-piece. But the guitar player was a guy that my sister had a boyfriend. And the only reason I play guitar is because he was playing guitar, and I thought he was a cool guy. And he used to play like "Fight the Good Fight" and "Land on the Line," all these songs from Triumph all the time. I thought, man, this would be a great way. You know, when you're like 13 or 14, you're just trying to find ways to get girls to notice you. You know, and so I thought, man, if I could play that song, you know, like. And that would be great. And so it kind of inspired me to get an acoustic guitar. And so they were one of the bands that he used to play all the time. And so I think that's why it resonates with me on that level. But so many, like, you know, at this point, I have to admit my age, and that memories only revisit my brain if they're triggered. Like if somebody says something and I go, well, wait. Yeah, I mean, it'll help me remember things, So it's hard in an interview like this when people say, give me your top 5 bands, I think, oh man, that could be different
It's not
any
an
night.
interview. It's a friendly conversation, I think.
Well, for other people watching anyway, I want to be able to answer it correctly and have some kind of interesting answer. But I'll leave this interview or conversation, and I'll think, God, I should have said fucking this, but I forgot about it, I mean, because
You
it's
always
just
do, man. You always do.
Such been a
because something
long
comes up to
journey.
your mind afterwards, but yeah. So triggers. Oh, okay. Another Canada band, Annihilator.
Alice in Hell, I remember when it first came out, that was the song. I was like, oh, that's pretty cool. Jeff Waters, I know, is a great guitar player. So I respect him, but it's not something that's in my wheelhouse.
It's not your.
I don't really like. No, I don't like thrash metal that much.
Oh,
like I don't like that Overkill and stuff like that. Those bands I appreciate and respect them, but it's never been my go-to listening. I like it. I need shit. I need shit to be a little darker.
Okay.
So Anthrax. For me, we used to play Gung Ho. The song Gung Ho, and we played the song Panic, which was like an early Anthrax song. And so Anthrax had many great moments, but overall, it's not something I would pull out of a CD case. I mean, I need to hear some Anthrax right now. And it was kind of that way with Annihilator and Overkill and power metal in general. Just didn't quite. Now, Fate's Warning, I fucking love. Like Fate's Warning, Awaken the Guardian. Like one of the most incredible records ever. And so that goes against what I'm saying right now in terms of power metal, because that's, clearly a progressive power metal band. Have you ever listened to that record, Awaken the Guardian?
No.
Oh man, their singer has, I just can't. Now, I'll also say this about Halloween, because I think I included them in that. Keeper of the Seven Keys is a fucking amazing record. But again, it's not something that I seek. Like, I need to really hear that right now.
I'm not into power metal myself, so I'm completely
it doesn't
over there.
Yeah, it doesn't really kind of get it done for me. It's just a little too happy for my taste. I mean, that's always been kind of the common denominator. But no, tons of talent in that world. I mean, tons of great guitar players. We just played with Overkill not too long ago, and Jason Bittner was the drummer, and so I appreciate what they do, but I vocals probably more than like Exodus. To me, Exodus, like, God, man, they were equally as important as Metallica, but just their vocalist decisions over the years have just ruined it for me. I can't stand the sound of. I didn't like Paul Baloff's vocals either. Like I love those records, but only because of the riffs. The riffs are so fucking good, and still, I'm glad they brought Dukes back, because I was just that record they did. That to me is their best shot. It really, because I mean, Gary Holt and all this guy, I mean, just pound for pound, fucking amazing riffs. They don't get enough credit for all the great fucking riffing those guys have, and they just need the vocals. Just Zetro for me was just a fucking annoying.
I also
man.
love Dukes. I like him very much.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be cool, man. I'm glad they got him back, and I'm sure that they probably wrote some new material, and Zetro came in, and but I'm sure that they probably started with Zetro, and they were probably like, you're ruining this, and they were like, let's go back to Dukes, and
I don't know. I don't know what happened, but yeah.
Great fucking band, Death Angel, also really cool guys that we've grew up with and became friends with later. Lots of good riffing, great singer, fucking. So I like different kinds of thrash metal, but it's gotta have some stink on it,
I'm trying to to close this, but still there are so many questions I still want to ask you. I'll ask you another one. Sorry. Can you tell us a couple of words about your band Star Factory in the past? There is limited to no information online. I know you also established Star Factory Records later on, so
yeah.
Did the band project shift to a record label venture, or what happened?
It was never a band, actually. It was never actually a band. Star Factory started off as an idea that I might create as a band, but ended up being a record label.
All right.
Yeah, so that's all that ever ended up being. Stones of Madness, for instance, was another kind of side deal where I didn't write any of the music. I just did the vocals on that. And that was a guy from named Scott Thompson, who was in a band called Dry Kill Logic, who who were popular in the nu metal era. They had a record deal, and we met, and he had written some songs that were very similar to Neurotica in a lot of ways, and so I was like, oh, I could easily do vocals on that. So I'm proud of that. There was some really good some good music there. But again, that was the case where people are like, I don't want to hear you, Kelly. I don't want to hear you in that setting. I only want to hear Atheist. You got to be Atheist, Atheist, Atheist. So I, struggled. And it was even that way with Neurotica in a lot of ways. But fortunately, we ended up getting on the radio with Neurotica, and that kind of created its own separate thing. And then we signed with Vince McMahon, and the WWE started a record label, and they signed us. And so that really kind of gave us a ton of exposure that we normally never would have gotten. So that was a weird episode. A lot of different chapters in my career that I'll, in my dying days, I'll be laying there thinking about, I definitely got to try to put a book together, because there's just too many stories of things, like I was almost in a band with George Lynch from Dokken in Lynch Mob. We did a short tour together with Neurotica and Lynch Mob, and George liked my voice and called me and wanted me to come to California to live at his house and write an album. And it was right when Neurotica was about to get signed. So our manager at the time was like, you can't do that, because whoever signs Neurotica is going to want all the music related to you, and George Lynch isn't going to give that up. So I had to tell George Lynch, sorry, George, I can't come make a record with you. But I loved him. He was, fucking guitar player I grew up watching. I hated Dokken, but I loved George Lynch, So I have a lot of just random stories, and the whole Velvet Revolver experience was crazy as well. And Drowning Pool, I became friends with Drowning Pool. We were on tour together, and the singer died.
Yeah, I remember you also you did the audition for them as well, Drowning Pool.
I did, right? So Christian from El Nino, the band El Nino, they were also on that tour. And so when Dave died, like, it was sad for all of us. And Rob Zombie was on the tour, System of a Down, Ozzy down with Phil and Pepper. And so when he died, Christian from El Nino was like, you guys should get Kelly from Neurotica to audition. I was already auditioning for Velvet Revolver, and so I really didn't want the Drowning Pool gig, but I felt like Dave was my friend, the singer, and we made friends on that tour. And I was like, all right. So I did Bodies, and I did Tearing Away, 2 songs, and I sent it out there. And CJ was like, it's too close, dude. It sounds too much like him. And I was like, well, it's a hit song. Like, Let the Bodies Hit the Floor is like, I can't change that. I mean, that's a song everybody fucking knows. Yeah. Like, so I tried to sing it as close to him as possible. I saw him in Belgium at Grass Pop in catering. And that's when I was like, hey man, do you remember me? He's like, yeah, of course, dude. Fucking, I was like, I just want you to know that, like, I tried to, pay homage to Dave. That's why I did the song exactly the way he did it. And he's like, oh, I know. It's just, and I get it. They, they didn't know what to do. Yeah, losing him, because they had such momentum. They were, they were on fire as a band. But it's not a gig that I really wanted. But I kind of auditioned anyway, just out of respect for them bringing my name up, and so I did that. So there's a lot of really fucked up stories that aren't accurate. Like, oh, he was almost a singer for Drowning Pool. No, I wasn't almost a singer. I auditioned, but somewhere out there, those tapes are out there. I don't have them myself, but somebody's got them. But I'm pretty proud of them. It was all right for a death metal guy.
Okay, so I've got the last 2 questions. We already broke the record, I think, in duration of an interview. I mean, I've done 5 hours before. It wasn't an interview. It was a joint metal show with the other metal YouTubers of Greece, but we're reaching that. So thanks for that, man.
Yeah, man.
Okay, so any chance to see the Ravage demos re-recorded as Atheist, or any of that material ever?
Re-recorded? No.
In a new kind of execution, whatever.
I don't think there's anything there.
I was expecting that answer, because before you said it was shit, the way you said it somehow. But
yeah,
I don't consider it. But
yeah, it's like if somebody were to ask you, hey, do you think you'll ever wear that turtleneck red sweater that you had in 3rd grade? It's kind of what it's like. It's like, okay, well, I was in 3rd grade, so I got away with it, but I don't really want to wear a turtleneck right now. So yeah, I mean, because we were still learning how to play, so we thought that was cool back then. And but these days, it just would, in the context of Atheist, it would seem very knuckle dragging and basic. So there's too much other fun stuff to write.
Fair enough. Fair enough. And have you heard of any Greek metal bands?
Suicidal Angels, who I owe a huge apology to because we were supposed to tour together 2 years ago, and the tour got canceled 2 days before because one of our guitar players backed out of the tour. And so I owe those guys a huge apology, and all the other bands that were supposed to be on that tour. It was really out of my hands, and I had no time to recover, and I had to get a whole new lineup of Atheist. In the process of that, so I'm familiar with those guys and happy for them and their success. Tardive Dyskinesia.
Sorry?
Is it Tardive Dyskinesia?
I know the name, but I don't think they're Greek.
I'm pretty sure they're a Greek band, aren't they?
I don't remember. Sorry, maybe the guys in the comments can correct me. But okay, yeah.
I'm trying to think. Not recently. There hasn't been a lot coming out of Greece.
Have you ever heard, because they're also technical death metal, techno progressive kind of acid death?
No.
Well, I'll give them a listen.
I will. Acid Death.
Yeah. All right.
That's a tough name.
Yeah, Acid Death.
Kind of
yeah.
Pigeonholing, because immediately people go, "Oh, I don't want to hear that." And if they are like technical and progressive, then the name wouldn't lend itself to that. So that would make, I'm just being honest. If I heard, Acid Death, like, I don't know, It's probably not my thing. I wouldn't.
And really cool guys, back from the days. They're back from the days. They're from.
Oh, really?
Yeah. They're not.
When did they make their first record?
Sorry.
Oh, okay.
They're from early 90s, if not late 80s. I think early 90s. Yeah.
Oh shit! Well, my apologies. I missed that. I'll check them out though. Acid Death.
Acid Death. Yeah. They're cool. Check them out. Good friends of mine as well. Really cool guys as well.
Shout out to those guys.
Yeah. Okay, Kelly. I think we can safely conclude this interview to end it.
Well, we've learned a lot about each other.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you so much. You've been very talkative. It's been an amazing interview. Really.
Thank you, man.
Thank you so much.
I feel like I feel very long-winded. I apologize to anybody out there, but I appreciate your, taking the time. It is fun to have these kinds of conversations and just kind of, I always kind of worry that I say too much because I tell too many stories. And
no, don't. I mean, that's the reason it was a very enjoyable interview, and really we could go for another 5 hours. I have so many things I could still ask you, but yeah, it's cool.
We'll maybe after we make a new record, we can chat again.
Yeah, absolutely. It would be a pleasure, man.
So hopefully we get over to see you in Greece, and then if so, then hit me up so I can have you to the show as my guest, and would love to hang out.
If you're coming back, I'm not serving the army this time. I will not have to have permission to leave, so hopefully I will get to see you guys and have a beer together.
There's a lot of really great things coming up for Atheist. This band is very much alive and well, and never been better, and we're really excited about the future, and the new music is super exciting, and I know everybody says that about their new music, but you'll see. It's definitely what people will expect from the band, and I really encourage everybody to come out and see us on tour this year because the music's being played as well as it's ever been played, and I tip my hat to the guys in the band, and I love them to pieces, and we have a lot of fun on stage. It's not a pretentious technical shoegazing fucking band. We have a lot of fun when we play, and so I can't wait to see everybody out on tour this year, and thank you for having me.
Yeah, we're really looking forward to the new stuff. We're really looking forward to seeing you over here as well, or anywhere else. And, I think you can close with a message to your fans, whatever you'd like to say.
Endless thank you to all the generations of people that have supported this band. I don't get to have the experiences in my life without you all. And believe me, if you see me out on tour, come over and say hi, because I always want to meet people and hear stories. So thank you for allowing me to have such a really fulfilled, musical life. And it's all because of everybody that buys records and comes to the show. So I really, really mean that. I appreciate everybody following this band for so long. And anybody that stayed for this entire interview, you fucking rule. Because I don't know that even if I saw Ozzy speak for 4 hours, that I'd want to sit for 4 hours and listen to Ozzy talk. Oh, thanks, man. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Much love to all of you.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was Kelly Shaefer from Atheist. Thank you so much. Thanks, care. Man. We'll be in touch. Right, Kelly, you stay online. And everybody else, see you in the next interview. Thank you so much. Have a good night. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.